past 12 days by members of the Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. Thanks for joining us today. We'll be on the air throughout the course of what is planned to be about a 6.5-hour spacewalk by NASA astronaut Anil Menon and European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, who today will become the first French woman to walk in space. Their goal is to replace a faulty space-to-ground antenna, a dish-like antenna, one of two such antennas that reside side by side on the Z1 truss in the center section of the truss or the backbone of the International Space Station. Last November, ESCANT number 2, ESCANT is the acronym for Space-to-Ground Antenna, ESCANT number 2 began exhibiting some periodic pointing problems during its auto-track operations, meaning it was not gimbaling or swiveling or pointing itself in the right direction to be able to communicate properly with NASA's Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. As a result, those problems have worsened as time has gone on. The flight control team switched to the operation of ESCANT number 1 in the meantime, and that's all working just perfectly to provide high data rate video, voice, and telemetry for the ground controllers back in mission control and the other centers around the world in support of the International Space Station. Today, Menon and Adenot will spend time removing the faulty antenna from the Z1 truss, from a boom on the Z1 truss, parking it temporarily, and then making their way.
You have a go in step 8.
Happy go in step 8.
Here on the ground, you just heard communications between Kathy Bolt, who is the spacecraft communicator, soon to go off shift, handing over those duties to Steven Zenter. We'll be identifying all of the key players for you as soon as the shift handover is complete. Menon and Adenot will spend time at various work sites removing the faulty space-to-ground antenna from a boom on the Z1 truss, parking it temporarily, and then making their way to one of 3 spare parts depots that are located on the truss of the International Space Station. They will make their way to ESP number 3, that's on the port 3 truss of the International Space Station, and they will remove a spare ESCANT, the only spare that is left on board the International Space Station, and maneuvering it to its installation on the Z1 truss to replace the faulty space-to-ground antenna. That, after a checkout by the ground control team here in Mission Control, will restore full redundancy to the space-to-ground communications capability for the International Space Station. Just as a bit of background, this is the 282nd spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 5th to be conducted out of the International Space Station this year, the 2nd for Expedition 75. It was back on August 6th that Jessica Meir, that you see in the center of your screen, assisting Jack Hathaway in preparing Menon, who's on the right side of your screen, and Adenot, who's on the left side of your screen, in the equipment lock section of the 2-section Quest airlock. Helped to suit them up earlier this morning. The 2 astronauts who will be venturing outside conducted a pre-breathe of pure oxygen to remove any nitrogen from their bloodstreams and prevent any condition known as the bends from occurring when they would move out into the vacuum of space a short time from now. They also have conducted what is called in-suit light exercise periods, where they've moved their extremities back and forth, their arms and their legs, just to increase their metabolism and increase the ability to rid themselves of any impurities in their bloodstream.
05 for Anil's Medox swap out, looking for a go to start that at 11:05.
And that's a good number, and we are ready. You have a go.
We see 11:05 and we're go.
The crew is running slightly ahead of schedule in their timeline of pre-spacewalk activities today. The countdown clock here in Mission Control is looking for a go for the depressurization of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock about 27 minutes from now. We'll keep tabs on that as the final preparations are underway. Just a few minutes from now, Menon, that you see on the right side of your screen, he will be EV number 1, extravehicular crew member number 1, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes. Adenot will be wearing the unmarked suit as EV2, or extravehicular crew member number 2. This is the second spacewalk for Anil Menon. He joined Jessica Meir outside the station back on August 6th. For a spacewalk that was 6 hours and 27 minutes in duration. This will be the first spacewalk for Sophie Adenot. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles above the Earth in a trajectory from northwest to southeast across northern Africa in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. Just to give you a little additional historic perspective on the space-to-ground antennas that we're dealing with today, the very first space-to-ground antenna that was installed on the International Space Station's Z1 truss was carried into orbit on the STS-92 mission in October of 2000 and installed by astronauts Leroy Chiao and Bill MacArthur. The spare SGANT, or space-to-ground antenna, that is being installed today to replace the degraded antenna was delivered on the STS-127 mission and installed by astronauts Dave Wolf and Tom Marshburn on the 40th anniversary of Apollo 11's landing on the moon on July 20th, 2009. The antenna that is being replaced, that began to deteriorate in its swiveling or gimbling capability last November, the faulty antenna that's being replaced today was initially installed on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010 by astronauts Garrett Reisman and Steve Bowen.
Houston Airlock, we've got MEDOC serial number 0006 for EV2.
And we copy 0006 for Sophie, and that's a good number.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, we are in the final stages of pre-spacewalk preparations by Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot. They will be exiting the Quest airlock to begin the 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We're running some minutes ahead of schedule. little bit difficult to predict until we get to the point where they begin the depressurization of the Quest airlock.
Houston, airlock. I'm going to hold up one of the O-rings of Medox canister 0006. We see some black smudges on it. We're just curious if you want us to wipe that, if that's nominal, or you want us to wipe that with a lint-free wipe, or how to handle it.
And stand by. We are in a KU transition, so about 20 more seconds and we'll be able to see it.
And again, the focus of attention for today's activities will be the replacement of a faulty space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station.
It looks like a slight little discoloration. It does not look like any fraud.
Okay, we copy. Stand by.
You see in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, Jessica Meir at the bottom of your screen.
With your description of it mostly being discoloration, then we are happy with pressing as is.
Copy.
Jessica Meir and Jack Hathaway are assisting Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot in their pre-spacewalk preparations. A short time from now, they will mount devices called SAFERs. Those are simplified aid for EVA rescue backpacks on each of the crew members. Those are jet-powered backpacks that would be used in the highly unlikely event that the crew members would become untethered outside of the Quest airlock during their spacewalk activities. They would have a means to propel themselves back to structure and back to the safety of the International Space Station. Once the SAFER units are installed, the two crew members will be moved inside the outer section of the Quest airlock. That is the crew lock section. The hatch that you see right there at the hatchway, that hatch will be closed and sealed, and the two spacewalkers, Menon and Adenot, will then conduct final communications checks and final suit systems checks before they switch their suits onto internal battery power to mark the official start of today's spacewalk. We have about a 5.5 minute animation that will be showing momentarily that will detail all of the activities associated with today's excursion to replace a faulty space-to-ground antenna.
Our day will start with EV1 in red stripes and EV2 in white. Crew will egress the International Space Station from the airlock and will both be carrying a tool bag. EV1 will translate to an external pallet forward of the airlock to retrieve a foot restraint that they will take as they translate starboard to set up and ingress the Space Station Robotic Manipulator System, or robotic arm, from the S1 truss. Once EV1 is ingressed, the robotic arm will back off from structure and then maneuver the crew up and over the main truss to the Space-to-Ground Antenna, or SGAN, worksite. Meanwhile, EV2 will translate aft and zenith around the airlock to the Z1 truss. Here, EV2 will set up the worksite to remove and temporarily stow the failed SGAN antenna. Next, they will translate up the antenna boom to prepare the SGAN for removal. Shortly after, EV1 will be arriving on the robotic arm. The true crew will work together to install locks over the antenna's gimbals to restrain it from motion during handling. Next, EV1 will demate two electrical connectors. The crew will then work together to release 4 bolts holding the antenna to the boom. EV1 will remove the escant from the boom back away from the worksite. EV2 will translate down the boom to the temp stow location. EV1 will hand the antenna to EV2, who will install it in a temporary stowage location. From here, the crew will maneuver starboard for the retrieval of the spare antenna. EV1 will fly to the worksite on the robotic arm and begin the release of 2 bolts. EV2 will translate along the truss to this worksite and assist EV1 with release. EV1 will retrieve the spare antenna from its housing, and the robotic arm will fly back to the install location on the Z1 truss. EV2 will translate back along the truss the same way they came, passing by the airlock on the way. Both at the worksite, the crew will work together to get the antenna seated and installed on the boom. Next, the 2 crew will release and remove the 2 locks from the spare antenna's gimbals and install a thermal cover. EV2 will retrieve the failed antenna from its temporary stowage location and pass it off to EV1. EV1 will carry the failed antenna outboard to its long-term stowage location. EV2 will work to clean up the Z1 worksite before heading back outboard. EV2 will drop off the tool bag at the airlock before continuing translation to the failed antenna install. Crew will work together to get the failed antenna stowed and 2 bolts installed. Once the failed antenna is stowed, EV1 will maneuver to the same location they ingress the robotic arm from. EV2 will begin translation back to the airlock and prepare for crew ingress. EV1 will egress the robotic arm and remove the foot restraint, which they will be stowing on an equipment platform nearby. EV1 will then translate back to the airlock, where crew will ingress the International Space Station with their tool bags to finish out their planned 6-hour and 30-minute EVA.
And that was a look at today's activities for Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot, the NASA astronaut and the European Space Agency astronaut who will be venturing outside of the Quest airlock a short time from now to begin the 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. A shift handover has been completed here in the flight control room in Mission Control. At the bottom of your screen, you have Flight Director Chris Dobbins, who is the flight director for today's spacewalk. To his left is Chloe Mering, the flight director who will preside over the next spacewalk on August 25th that will see crew members go outside the Quest airlock for the 3rd time this month to conduct a variety of different tasks in reconfiguring systems and electronics on the outside of the station. But today's focus of attention is the replacement of this faulty space-to-ground antenna that was first delivered to the station on the STS-127 mission in 2009. It has been parked on ESP-3, the external stowage platform number 3, on the outside of the space station, the only spare space-to-ground antenna that remains available for use on the station. It will replace a faulty antenna that began to degrade in its gimbling or swiveling capability back last November. One of the features that you'll be seeing throughout the course of the spacewalk today will be Anil Menon, who will be planting his feet in a portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, sort of like a telephone repairman at the end of a cherry picker. He will be maneuvered to various work sites and will be carrying the faulty antenna once it is removed from its boom on the Z1 truss over to the port 3 truss of the station to be installed in the empty parking place that the spare antenna currently resides. That spare antenna then will be brought by Menon once again at the end of the robot arm back to the work site at the Z1 truss in the middle of the backbone of the station to be installed and then subsequently activated by ground controllers here in Mission Control. The robotic arm will be primarily operated today by NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who you see on the right side of your screen, being assisted by Jessica Meir as they mount a simplified aid for EVA rescue backpack onto Menon first, then to Adenot, as they will be then equipped with a return capability on this small nitrogen thruster backpack in the unlikely event they would become untethered from the structure of the International Space Station, or as they're moving around from work site to work site. Earlier today, the crew was breathing pure oxygen to cleanse the nitrogen out of their bloodstreams, preventing any event of decompression sickness from occurring once they step out into the vacuum of space. They also conducted a light exercise period where they moved their lower extremities back and forth to increase their metabolism, thus hastening their ability to remove that nitrogen from their bloodstreams. All of that went very well, and the crew is just moments away now from being moved inside the Quest airlock, the outermost section of the two-section Quest airlock, to hook themselves up and prepare for placing their suits on battery power that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Here in Mission Control, you'll be hearing the voice for a while of Steven Zenter. He is the spacecraft communicator who will be, he is seated to the right of Flight Director Chris Dobbins. Zenter will be talking to the crew up until the time that the final preparations will be undertaken prior to the suits being placed on battery power. The spacewalk choreographer, if you will, or the IV, the astronaut who will be on console talking directly to the crew during the EVA itself, is veteran astronaut Ann McClain. She is not in the field of view at the moment. She'll be on console momentarily. She is in the room, and she'll be the voice you'll be hearing as she runs through the step-by-step procedures with Menon and Adenot while they're conducting their work outside in the void of space. Once the crew lock section is depressurized, it will do so in a multi-step fashion, going first down to about 5 pounds per square inch of pressure in the crew lock from 14.7 pounds per square inch. There will be a pause to enable ground controllers to check out systems and for the crew members to conduct final checks of their suits, making sure that they're leak-free. The suits underwent a leak check earlier this morning, and both suits were found to be in good shape, no leaks, with all of the systems operating as they should. Once that momentary pause in the depressurization of the crew lock is conducted, the depressurization then will resume down to vacuum, enabling the two crew members to open the outer thermal hatch and then the hatch on the crew lock section prior to placing their suits on battery power. Here in Mission Control, the clock on the wall calling for a go for depressurization just under 10 minutes from now. We'll continue to track that time. Once the depressurization begins, which is implied to start at about 6:36 a.m. Central Time, it will be about 30 minutes or so before we actually begin the spacewalk that is marked officially by the suits being placed on battery power. That puts us about 25 or so minutes ahead of the timeline, but we'll continue to track the official start time for you as we get a bit closer. And just to update you, we now believe that the actual depressurization of the Quest airlock will come a bit later than 6:36 a.m. Central Time. As you can see, Anil Menon wearing the suit bearing the red stripes on his legs as EV1 or extravehicular crew member number 1. He has moved into the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Sophie Adenot still in the equipment lock. She'll be outfitted with her safer backpack shortly and will join Menon in the crew lock just a few minutes from now. Jessica Meir on the left, and just out of the field of view in the lower right-hand portion of your screen, Jack Hathaway installing the safer backpack onto Sophie Adenot, who soon will become the first French woman to walk in space. Adenot, representing the European Space Agency today, joining Anil Menon for what is planned to be about a 6.5-hour spacewalk. Could go longer, as the two crew members for Expedition 75 join together in the replacement of a faulty space-to-ground antenna. There are two such antennas that reside side by side on the Z1 truss in the middle of the truss section of the International Space Station. SGANT number 2, or space-to-ground antenna number 2, is the antenna that developed a gimbling or auto-tracking problem last November. These dishes, if you will, track the NASA Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, lock on, and provide high data rate telemetry, video, and voice capability to ground controllers throughout the world. Since the problem with SGANT number 2 cropped up last November, the ground control team switched over to the use of SGANT number 1, and that has been functioning just fine. But in order to restore full redundancy to the system, we are replacing SGANT number 2 with a spare that resides on external stowage platform number 3, one of 3 such spare parts platforms on the outside of the space station. ESP3 is located on the P3, or Port 3 truss of the International Outpost. Once the two crew members exit the Quest airlock, they will check their tools and tethers and make their way over to that work site to begin setting up for the removal of, first, at the Z1 truss, they'll set up for the removal of the faulty antenna that will be parked along a handrail, and then we'll move to the P3 truss to get the spare antenna and maneuver it back to the Z1 truss for its installation on the boom and the hookup of cables and connections. You'll be hearing a lot today about bolts. The pistol grip tool, the space age power tool that is used to unbolt and bolt a variety of bolts and connectors on equipment outside of the International Space Station. You'll be hearing a lot about gimbal lock bolts, to release the failed space-to-ground antenna from its boom, bolts to release the spare from ESP number 3, and to work the process in reverse with the installation of the new antenna and the parking of the faulty antenna on ESP3, where ultimately it may be returned to Earth for upgrades and repairs. And just a reminder, Anil Menon, who's already inside the crew lock section of the Quest airlock, he will be driven around at the end of the station's Canadarm2 robotic arm by Jack Hathaway that you see on the left side of your screen. Hathaway will be the prime robotics operator once Menon has gone outside and planted his feet in a portable foot restraint that will be attached at the end of the Canadarm2. It will be Menon who will haul the failed antenna over to a temporary parking place and eventually over to ESP3, and he will take the spare antenna and move it to its installation point on the Z1 truss. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Chris Dobbins is double-checking with several flight controllers as the two spacewalkers are now inside the crew lock section. You'll see the hatch closed behind them by Jessica Meir here just a few moments from now, and that will be the precursor to the start of the depressurization of the crew lock from its current pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure down to vacuum in a multi-step fashion. The flight control team are reporting back to Chris Dobbins that everything is in order, no issues being worked whatsoever, either with suits or systems, and so we're just standing by for the final few procedures to make sure that the two spacewalkers are comfortable inside the crew lock section and in the right orientation for when the hatch is closed behind them. This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just joining us, we are on the cusp of the beginning of the 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. You can see in this view in the Quest airlock, in the foreground is Jessica Meir. Jack Hathaway is right at the hatchway, the dividing line between the equipment lock section and the crew lock section. Inside the crew lock are the two spacewalkers for today, Anil Menon, EV1 or extravehicular crew member number 1, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, about to begin the second spacewalk of his career and the second in the past 12 days. Sophie Adenot of the European Space Agency is about to begin her first spacewalk. This the fifth spacewalk conducted out of the space station in 2026 and the second for Expedition 75 crew members. And for those of you who are just joining us, we mentioned this earlier, but it bears repeating. The spare space-to-ground antenna that is going to be installed to replace the faulty one today was delivered to the space station some 17 years ago in July of 2009 on the STS-127 mission and installed on a spare parts platform called ESP number 3, external stowage platform number 3, by Dave Wolf and Tom Marshburn. The antenna that is being replaced, the one that's faulty, was delivered on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010 and installed during an EVA by Garrett Reisman and Steve Bowen. So a pair of legacy hardware in play today as we work to restore full redundancy to the high data rate communications capability for the International Space Station. The space-to-ground antenna, SGANT number 2, that is being replaced today is part of the KU band system that enables high-rate data communications. That's payload data, video, crew procedures, and other communications functions for the International Space Station. This antenna developed a failed gimbal assembly, meaning it can no longer point in the direction needed to track the tracking and data relay satellite constellation that orbits the Earth, needed for communications. The only spare space-to-ground antenna is stowed on ESP number 3. That's one of 3 such spare parts platforms on the outside of the station, in this case on the P3 truss of the station. The failed space-to-ground antenna is currently stuck, if you will, in a vertical bird bath position. This position deliberately oriented to facilitate its removal from the boom that it resides on the Z1 truss. Now you see Jessica Meir closing the hatch behind the 2 spacewalkers and isolating Meir and Hathaway from Menon and Adenot.
Houston airlock in step 77. We have completed steps 76 and 77, and you guys are go for step 78.
We copy, Jack. Step 78 and 79 are in work.
Okay, and we will sit tight until you guys run with 7 all the way through 80, and then we'll pick back up in 81 when you let us know.
Copy, those are in work.
This is Mission Control Houston in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. Jack Hathaway on the left, Jessica Meir on the right. They have moved the 2 spacewalkers for today, Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot, into the crew lock section that's behind the hatchway that you see there. As we stand by for the start of the depressurization of the crew lock that will lead to the opening of the hatch, and the 2 spacewalkers placing their suits on battery power to mark the official start of today's excursion, the 282nd in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Airlock Houston, Space to Ground 1 for EV crew. You are now hot mic on Space to Ground 1. And Jack, you are go to proceed, picking up with step 81.
1 copy.
2 copies.
And we hear you both.
And airlock, we copy that we are proceeding in step 81. Sophie, I want you to just look and not touch. Can you check on the UIA that the depress pump power switch is indeed in the off position?
Depress pump power off orifice.
Verify that the depress pump enable LED is on ON.
Say again.
Verify the depress pump enable LED is illuminated, is on ON.
Naval LED is on ON.
Okay, and Houston airlock, we're waiting for your go to do the crew lock depress cue card in step 84.
Stand by for about 30 seconds. Thanks for your patience, Jack. With that, we are go to step into the crew lock depress, repress coup card.
Copy, we're go in step 84 to start the cue card. Sophie, I am on the crew lock depress cue card. Step 1 on the UIA. Go ahead and take the depress pump power switch to the on ON position.
Depress pump power on ON.
All right, we're going to wait for 10 seconds, and then I'll give you your next step.
Copy.
It's been 10 seconds. You can take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open, and you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Manual ISO valve open.
Copy, it's open. You guys can monitor your suit P gauge and make sure it stays below 5.5. If it gets up there, then let us know.
TV2 copy.
One copy.
And with everything going very smoothly, the depressurization of the crew lock now underway. This will be done in a two-step fashion, first down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, and then finally down to vacuum. That will enable the 2 crew members to open the outer thermal cover and the hatch to the crew lock before placing their suits on battery power.
So if I turned on my lights just for...
Yeah, I'm doing the same. This is my box. Thanks. It's on EV2.
With the start of the depressurization of the crew lock underway, we are estimating a start time almost right on the pre-published time of about 7:35 a.m. Central Time, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll continue to track that start time for you as we get a bit closer. The crew lock now passing 10 pounds per square inch of pressure.
We're passing 10 PSI on our way down to 5.
One copy.
2 copies.
As the depressurization of the crew lock continues, the International Space Station is flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, just about to fly directly over Samoa.
Continuing on down, we're passing 6.5 psi. You guys might get an alert tone at 6 psi. We're working our way down to 5.
1 copy.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, once again monitoring the depressurization of the crew lock on the International Space Station's Quest airlock. You see Jack Hathaway in the equipment lock as he keeps a watchful eye on the 2 spacewalkers who are behind that hatchway. Anil Menon, EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1, soon to embark on the 2nd spacewalk of his career, and Sophie Adenot of the European Space Agency, EV2. She'll be wearing the suit with its no markings, just a pure white suit, no markings whatsoever on her suit, as EV2 extravehicular crew member number 2. Menon will be first out of the airlock, followed by Adenot. They will set up their tools and tethers, turn on their helmet cameras, and then begin to make their way over to start the process of removing the failed space-to-ground antenna that is sitting on a boom on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. 2 space-to-ground antennas reside on the station who live side by side to each other. The failed antenna will be replaced by a spare that is housed currently on external stowage platform number 3, ESP number 3, that is on the P3 truss or port 3 truss of the International Space Station.
You'll reach out and put your hand on the depress pump manual isolation valve and take it to close. You should get an alert tone.
Depress pump man isolator valve is closed.
All right, glad to hear that. Now we're going to get into a leak check. So both EV1 and EV2, if you'll take your display switch to status until you see a leak check question mark, and then a long yes to execute, follow the displayed instructions, and let us know when you're done.
Copy.
1 copy.
And with the depressurization of the crew lock paused momentarily at 5 pounds per square inch per the procedures, a look at the key players for today's spacewalk. At the top of your screen is veteran astronaut Ann McClain. She will be the intravehicular crew member, or IV crew member, who will be talking to the 2 spacewalkers, guiding them through their procedures as they replace the failed space-to-ground antenna outside of the station today. Seated to her left is spacecraft communicator Steven Zenter. He'll be talking directly to the other crew members inside the space station. Flight Director Chris Dobbins is in the light-colored shirt on console. He is presiding over today's spacewalk, joined to his left by Flight Director Chloe Mering, who will be the flight director on August 25th, in charge of what is known as the triple jump spacewalk, which will see a variety of tasks to reconfigure systems on the outside of the station.
Action alert.
Happy good leak check for 2. And let me know when you're both in O2 actuator EVA.
Copy.
1's an EVA.
Copy EV1 and EVA.
EV2, EVA.
Copy. EV2 is O2 actuator and EVA. All right, next step, we're going to continue the depress. EV2, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. You can expect an alert tone.
Depress pump man ISO valve open.
Copy. The man isolation valve is open. I'm taking the emergency MPEP out here to the open position as well. And if both EV1 and EV2, monitor your suit P gauge. Make sure it stays below 5.5, and if it gets up there, let us know.
1 copy. 2 copies.
The depressurization of the crew lock once again underway after a momentary pause. This will take the crew lock down to vacuum, enabling the outer hatch then to be open, and for the 2 crew members to place their suits on battery power. That will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, monitoring the systems as the crew lock is just about at 2.5 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once again, moving steadily towards vacuum. Today's spacewalk expected to last about 6.5 hours in duration. There is a lot of work with pistol grip tools, the power tools that will be used to unbolt and rebolt a number of connectors and points on the space-to-ground antennas to remove the failed antenna from its boom on the Z1 truss of the station, and to replace it with the spare antenna that currently resides out on the port 3 truss of the complex.
We are decreasing through 2 psi. It's time to take the depress pump off. So, Sophie, if you would take the depress pump manual isolation valve and take it to closed, please.
It is depress pump manual ISO valve closed.
Copy. The isolation valve is closed, and on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to off, OFS.
In work? depressed power off OFF.
The off OFF, you guys are awesome. You're going to crush it out there, and we will be here wait for you in a couple hours to bring you back inside. And with that, Houston, and you got them.
Jack and Jessica, nice job getting the crew ready. Anil and Sophie, it's game day. We are on step 11, and we're ready for your initial tether config.
Good to hear your voice and ready to do some work. Thanks, Jack and Jessica, and here goes the tether config. I'll start with mine, but on the left side, I have a D-ring extender that's connected to a waist tether. The small hook is closed lock, black on black, and the large hook is connected to that D-ring extender, so it forms a loop, and that large hook is unlocked. On my right side, I've also got a D-ring extender. The small hook is closed lock, black on black, and the large hook is on my MWF unlocked. And then on the right side, the red hook goes direct. My D-ring, closed lock, black on black, and that goes to the red reel unlocked. And on the red reel is the green hook, closed lock, black on black, and the yellow hook goes to the green reel. It is closed lock, black on black. Green reel is unlocked, and the anchor hook is on my MWF. I've also got Sophie's anchor hook on my red reel, closed lock, black on black, and I'm going to hand it over to Sophie to start her tethers and connect them up where I left off.
Copy, Anil. Thank you very much. So I'll start with my left. I have a D-rig extender on which there is a small hook of the waist tether, gate closed, locked, hooked black on black. The big hook of this waist tether is gate closed, locked, black on black, and goes to the airlock waist tether. Big hook, which is gate closed, locked, black on black. The small hook of this airlock waist tether is gate closed, locked, black on black on the airlock D-ring extender. So for me, that's a good load pass to the airlock. Then I'm going to switch to my right side. On my right D-rig extender, I have a waist tether. Small hook is gate closed, locked, black on black. And the large hook is on my mini workstation. On this right D-ring extender, I also have a red hook from my red reel. This one is gate closed, locked, black on black. My red reel is unlocked, on which there is a green hook, also gate closed, locked, black on black. The yellow hook goes to the green reel. Yellow hook is gate closed, locked, black on black. The green reel is unlocked, and I think Anil verbalized already that
Anchor hook.
the anchor hook is gate closed, locked, black on black, which I double check here on his tethers. So for me, that's a good config.
Okay, Houston is tracking a good initial tether configuration. So when the crew lock DPDT is at 0, you will expect an alert tone.
Okay.
That long list of procedural checks by Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot.
And Anil and Sophie, it's going to be about 10 minutes to get down to that number.
Houston.
You're hearing the voice here in Mission Control of veteran astronaut Ann McClain, who has taken over spacecraft communications duties. She is standing there in the lavender jacket. She will be talking directly to the two spacewalkers, guiding them through their step-by-step procedures as they replace a failed space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. The spacewalk officer for today's spacewalk, Sandy Fletcher, here in Mission Control, happy with the tether configurations that were reported by Menon and then Adenot just a moment or two ago as the precursor to the crew lock going down to full vacuum. That will occur momentarily, setting the stage for the opening of the outer hatch and the suits being placed on battery power to mark the official start of this 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The International Space Station is flying 260 miles over Nevada, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. The space-to-ground antennas that are the subject of today's spacewalk activities, there are two of them that auto-track, if you will, basically move or swivel to point themselves in the direction of the tracking and data relay satellite system, part of the Ku-band system that enables high data rate communications for payloads, video, crew procedures, and other systems on the International Space Station. The failed antenna, first identified with degraded performance last November.
Sophie, the depress is looking good. We're just under 1 psi, and reports from the EVA group is that was one of the clearest tether configs that they have ever heard.
Off to a good start, Ann. Thank you.
Thank you.
And McLean reporting a good report card for the two spacewalkers on their tether configurations before they venture outside of the crew lock into the void of space. The failed space-to-ground antenna, which first exhibited degradation in its performance back in November, has a failed gimbal assembly, meaning it can no longer point in the direction of the Tidris constellation that's needed for proper communications. So the spare space-to-ground antenna, which is on external stowage platform number 3, out on the port 3 truss of the station, will be brought into play today, first delivered to the station on the STS-127 mission back in 2009. The antenna that is degraded and will be replaced today was delivered and installed on the station on the STS-132 mission back in 2010. We're now sitting at about 0.7 pounds per square inch of pressure in the crew lock, approaching vacuum.
And Anil and Sophie, we're showing you at about 0.65 or just under.
Good copy.
Good copy.
With the crew lock section of the Quest airlock approaching vacuum, we are expecting today's spacewalk to start just about on time at about 7:35 a.m. Central, 8:35 a.m. Eastern Time. And again, we'll keep you posted. The official start time to be marked when Menon and Adenot place their suits on battery power. Menon soon to begin the second spacewalk of his career, Adenot her first. with the crew lock section at 0.5 pounds per square inch and just a bit below that, actually. The spacewalk officer here in Mission Control, Sandy Fletcher, is good to proceed with the next series of steps, final communications and leak checks prior to the time the crew places their suits on battery power to mark the official start of today's excursion.
Well, that will work for us. You are go to open the hatch and stow it and ensure the emergency MPEV is closed.
Happy go, EV1.
And Anil, you don't have to worry about that. The MPEV, that's for Jack.
The hatch to the crew lock is now open.
All right, open and stowed.
Standing by for the crew to put their suits on battery power.
I put down my visor.
Copy, visor down, EV2.
Okay, copy. Hatch is open and stowed.
Confirm, EV1.
Okay, we are now moving into post-depress. On your DCMs, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
EV1 is going to go first.
Confirm.
BAT.
Copy, EV2 going now.
BAT.
Expected CPI.
And for EV2, Sophie, did you say that power is BAT?
Power is BAT. I have CP high. What's expected?
Copy. EV1 and 2 powers to BAT and suit P high message. And that is expected. You're right. At this time, you can switch your display to Pro and verify a functional display.
EV1 sees functional display.
EV2 functional display.
Copy. Step 3. On the UIA, EV2, Sophie, switch power EV1 and 2 to off, OFF. And check that the LEDs all 4 go off.
Copy. In work. EV1 power off, OFF. And 2 LEDs off. EV2 power OFF and 2 LED off.
Copy. Step 4 for both crew. You can remove your SCU from your DCM. You'll install your DCM cover and stow the SCU in the pouch with your pouch Velcro closed.
This is Mission Control Houston with Menon and Adenot having placed their suits on battery power. The official start time for today's spacewalk, 7:29 a.m. Central Time, 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time. The 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades now officially underway. Start time, 7:29 a.m. Central, 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time.
And 1 is stowed.
Anil Menon will be first out of the airlock, followed shortly thereafter by Sophie Adenot.
Crew is towed.
For EV2, Sophie, we understand SCU is disconnected and in the pouch.
SCU disconnected and in the pouch.
Copy, thanks. And we'll wait on EV1 to proceed.
EV1 is disconnected and in the pouch.
Copy, and can you both verify that your DCM cover is installed?
DCM cover installed.
DCM cover is installed.
Copy. EV2, Sophie, check that the depress pump man ISIL valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve closed.
Copy. Both crew, on your DCM, take your temp control valve to max hot, which is lower numbers. Good opportunity to use the mirror.
One is max hot.
It work? Two max hot.
Copy. Both crew and max hot. You can switch water on ON.
On, water on.
Water on, ON.
Copy. Both crew, water on. Check your DCM is blank and your bite is off.
EV1, DCM blank, bite off.
EV2, DCM blank, bite off.
Copy. This time you can set your temperature control valve as desired. Please report those settings, and a reminder throughout the EVA to let us know if you make TCV changes, and best practice is not to do large changes over 2.
2 copies.
2 copies, TCV 5.
TCV 6 on 1.
Copy 6 for EV1.
And EV2 has 5.
Yeah, 5 for EV2.
Copy 6 and 5. Report suit pressure gauge.
Suit pressure gauge on EV1 is 4.
Spacewalk intravehicular crew member Ann McLean is reviewing the correct configuration for spacesuit systems with Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot before Menon moves outside of the Quest airlock to set up his tethers and tools, followed by Adenot in the first stages of today's spacewalk to replace a failed space-to-ground antenna on the International Space Station.
And standby 1 while we check suit data. And Anil and Sophie, we are just looking at data. We're going to hold you here for a minute. We had an LED on the PSA, so we're going to be running a PSA recovery from fault. So we'll just stand by where you're at for a couple minutes.
Standing by.
Standing by.
Okay, Anil and Soph, thanks for your patience there. And we just have the IV crew running some steps on the PSA, but it does not impact you. So at this time, Anil, you are go to open the hatch thermal cover. You can unhook the strap from the magnetic plate D-ring, move the hook to the integral tether point, and cinch the strap until snug. When you do, please report number of Sharpie lines.
Hey. Opening the thermal cover now. One, Scott, thermal cover, open, 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy. It is open, and you got 6 Sharpie lines. You are go to egress the airlock, and your first step is to attach your anchor hook, EV1 anchor hook, to the forward airlock D-ring.
One is egressing now, and looking for forward.
Okay, your tethers are looking good from here and all good.
It is.
And just about 11 minutes into today's spacewalk, the outer thermal hatch on the Quest airlock is now open. We'll be seeing Anil Menon exit the airlock momentarily, followed by Sophie Adenot, who is now the first French woman in history to conduct a spacewalk on behalf of the European Space Agency.
Will do. Crew look back, number 1.
Dan, I've got on my safety tether in the forward airlock D-ring. That anchor hook is closed lock, black on black, giving me a good load path to structure.
Copy and concur. You can now attach the EV2 anchor hook to the aft airlock D-ring.
The space station is currently flying over northwest Africa, moving from northwest to southeast.
And EV2 is on the aft D-ring, closed lock, black on black, giving Sophie a good load path to structure. Sophie's go to unlock her waist tether, and I will get in position for that crew lock bag 1.
Okay, I am ready to pass the crew lock bag 1. I double check it's number 1. I will wait a minute before, I'll pass the bag first before I can exit before I release my airlock, since I have to.
Sounds great, Sophie. I'm going to get my BOT ready. I'll tell you when I'm in a good position.
Copy all.
And we concur with all your words. Great teamwork. And Anil, eventually you'll go on the forward side. And then, Sophie, as you release the crew lock bag to him, please just let us know if you are leaving the large small in the airlock or if you're taking the large small with the crew lock bag.
So the plan is to leave the large small in the airlock, and the small red that is currently attached, once Anil will be ready to the bag, then I will put it back on the UIA tether point.
Hey, Sophie, I'm reaching for the bag. I see you.
I see you have control of the bag.
I do. Let me get my ret on it.
Mm-hmm.
That is Anil Menon, who's just outside of the Quest airlock, receiving the crew lock bag with tools and other equipment needed for today's replacement of the space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the station.
Put this on my BRT, and then I will clear some space, or I'll get ready for that RU bag.
Copy. I confirm the small red is on the airlock UIA tether point.
Great to hear.
And I'm getting ready for the bag, but take your time for the medium RU bag.
Do that. Give me a second to get this BRT squared away.
Sure. Take your time.
Okay, my BRT is back and away, and I have a ret ready for the medium RU bag.
Copy. I'm ready to pass the medium RU bag. Sure, it's clear on my tether.
See it?
You see it?
I have control.
Copy.
I now have a ret on the handle.
Copy.
And let's see. Let's see the airlock ret. I'm going to shake it. It's right here, right?
Yes, I confirm.
Okay. It's coming off. I'll tell you when it's released.
I am ready.
Okay, it's coming back to you.
Copy. I have the ret.
Here's the ret. Okay, I'm clearing some space.
And the red is on the same tether point, UIA tether point aft.
Okay.
Copy and good config.
And I am ready to egress whenever you give me the go.
You have the go.
Copy. Egressing now.
I see you coming out.
Your hand. Hi, Anil.
Hello.
Okay. I am going to the aft side. I already have a local, so I keep it. And now I'm putting my end effector. All right, I'm out. I'm ready for the body check. Oh, maybe before. Yeah, I'll take my bag before. Yeah, that's true.
As you like.
That's a good idea.
Okay, I'm just move some tangles here. Okay. There's an ORU bag when you're ready.
Yep, it works for my VRT.
Good time.
Nice egress. We can see both of you on the camera. You guys are looking great. And as you guys get situated with the bags on your BRTs, just a reminder that to tighten your BRT knobs and really take a look at where your ORU bags and crew lock bags are. The divers are not as much of a help in space, so you want to keep those nicely tucked to your body, and you may need to use those joints on the BRT.
Copy.
Ann McLean, the spacecraft communicator here in Mission Control, jokingly indicating the word divers, a reference to those engineers who assist astronauts in their training in the neutral buoyancy laboratory here at the Johnson Space Center in spacewalk practices. Anil Menon outside of the airlock, as is Sophie Adenot. Menon wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, Adenot with the unmarked suit, as they make sure that they have all of the orbital replacement unit bags with their tools and tethers and all of the other equipment that they'll be using during today's spacewalk to replace a failed space-to-ground antenna on the truss of the International Space Station.
I see your red on it.
Okay, let me double check. My red is on it. Yeah. I'm just going to put the large hook where I expect it to be. Like here. Here goes.
I'll let you release my red.
Yeah, I'm ready to release your red. The red is released.
I see it. Let me just put it on my MWS and I'll be ready for the buddy check.
Copy.
And I think I'll readjust my ERT a little bit too.
I just want to make sure my tethers are on the right side of the ERT and it's in work.
And as you complete the medium ORU bag stowage, Anil, your step after this is going to be to close the thermal cover. No rush on that, but if you'd like to start getting into position. And after that, we'll be doing buddy checks.
Yeah, in order for him to close the thermal cover, I will need to change my status position. Standby 1.
I've got it. I'll just hold the thermal cover here.
Yep.
I see your waist tether up. I see the airlock waist tether.
Yep, you are go for that. My BRT is rigidized. In position.
Okay, thermal cover closed.
Copy. Thermal cover closed. Your next step will be buddy checks if you'd like to get into position where you can see one another. And I'll just remind you of the list as you get into position. We're going to be turning on our HECAs. Then we'll be checking for green LEDs, MWS and BRT tabs, safer handlers, and tethers and tools.
All right. I'll start off, Sophie, okay?
Yeah.
I see one green light. I see your 4 lights, headlamps are on, just confirming that for you. I see your 2 safer handles are down, and I see your 3 tabs are up. Taking a look at your tools and tethers now, and while I'm doing that, think about your hat and gloves.
Okay, my hat is dry and gloves are baseline nominal.
Tool and tethers look good. The only thing I have for you is your left waist tether. It goes off of your D-ring extender on the outside of your BRT to that circular handrail.
Yeah,
so
I see that.
just be aware when you take it down on the outside.
Yeah, I see that, and for now I will leave it like this. It's decoupled from the tethers. Let me check for you. I see one good green HECA light. I see your 2 helmet mics, nominal. I see your 3 tabs up. I see 1 and, oh, right. Your left safer handle is up.
25 minutes into today's spacewalk, Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot performing what are called buddy checks, basically examining each other's suits and tethers to make sure everything is in order before they move away from the Quest airlock. They're also reporting that their HAPs, or helmet absorption pads, are dry. That's the way they should be in their helmets, and that their gloves are looking good as they set out to the work site that will enable them to begin the first part of today's spacewalk, the procedures to remove a failed space-to-ground antenna from the Z1 truss of the station.
All right. Let me check your tools and config. I see the tether config is good and all the sliders are as expected. Tools and tethers look good to me. And I see your bag resis on your BRT. And yeah, that's awesome, Anil.
Okay.
And Sophie, can you just confirm that you checked both safer handles, please?
Yeah, both safer handles are down. The one that was up was ISO valve on the left side. Now it is down. The 2 are down, I can confirm.
I've got a dry hat, Dan.
Copy, thanks, and copy HAP. So at this time, Anil, you can begin your translation to ESP2 forward. Reminder as you go around that the width 6 is where you're headed, and that is the portmost width on the front of ESP2. Sophie, at this time, you can perform some translation adaptation to get used to your new environment. Welcome to space.
Thank you. Copy all. Adaptation. I will do minimal adaptation. I feel very good now and ready to go. I'll just wait for Anil's tethers to be clear before I leave.
Okay, good plan. And just a reminder for both of you as you translate to take a look at those handrails and don't slide the gloves on the back of the handrails. If you see any strikes or anything, let us know.
Please.
Those instructions from Ann McLean indicating that Menon will make his way to external stowage platform number 2, which is alongside the Quest airlock, to retrieve the articulating portable foot restraint that he will install at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He'll be maneuvered by Jack Hathaway, who will be operating from a robotics workstation inside the International Space Station.
And Anil is clear, and you're happy with the tethers.
While Menon plants his booted feet in that foot restraint, moving around at the end of the arm to maneuver to the various work sites with the failed space-to-ground antenna and then the replacement antenna.
So I'll give it a go now, going slow in order to be sure that I'm clear of Anil's tether.
Copy, good plan. And if you need to put any fair leads in, just let us know. Anil, as you come around to the front side of the ESP2, reminder not to come in contact with the AGB grapple fixture. That is on the nadir side of the front of ESP2. It's the center ORU facing forward.
I've got eyes on that grapple fixture.
All right, eyes only.
Anil, I see your tether. I leave it on my left, and I double check that it's not in my bag.
Yep, and you'll find as you come around the corners is when that bag's going to want to swing. So you're going to be coming around to the forward side of the airlock, and as you come up, we're going to recommend that you stay starboard of the CETA rail to keep your tether routed that way.
Say again?
Yep, as you come up to the top of the airlock, we're going to keep you on the starboard side of the CETA rail, just as you're going right now, just to keep your tether routed on that side.
Yes.
So you're going to come up the airlock toolbox, and if you see a handrail 0551, you are in the right place. You're going to turn right, hit the wagon wheel, and go zenith.
Okay. Up of the toolbox. I'm going to take the forward pass, the V1.
Okay, we understand you're going to go on the forward path. So reminder, it's probably easiest to translate on the high-pressure gas tanks. They've got those handrails that will put you right at the base of the forward path to Z1.
Copy. In work.
And for Anil, we see you at the APFR in with 6. You're going to be bundling the crew lock bag, and as we talked about, you're just going to remove your crew lock bag from the VRT and attach the other crew lock bag ret to the APFR, and then retrieve the APFR.
Crew lock bag is on the APFR, so I'm going to move the APFR now.
And Sophie, as you get up there, I'm sure you're going to get a nice view of the SAS antenna. You're also going to see some heat pipe radiators. Those are going to be the big squares that are shiny, and those are a no-touch.
Yep. Copy. I changed my mind going for the outside of Z1. Yeah, it was a change of plane, slightly challenging, so I'm now on the outside and everything goes nominal.
Okay, we are happy with that. So we see you coming to the starboard side, or port side rather, of those high-pressure gas tanks, and you'll be reaching across to Z1. You should see handrails pointing zenith that look like 6001, 6002, 6003 to take you right up to Z1.
Yep. I'm mindful of the APSR and the SOSA antenna.
Bill's got the APSR, and he's headed back to S1.
Okay, we concur. Reminders, you come back around toward those airlock toolboxes just to keep an eye on tethers. Sophie's going to be tracking up from the airlock to the starboard side of the cedar rail. Sophie, we see you arriving up at the Z1 worksite. Welcome. Your first step is going to be to attempt stow the ORU bag on the S-cant boom handrail. Reminder to be slow translating on that Z1 boom and avoid sudden stops or cyclic loading.
Copy.
Sophie Adenot is making her way to the Z1 truss. This is the center section of the backbone of the station on which both space-to-ground antennas, the healthy one and the failed one, are located side by side.
We think a good config would be to put the large hook onto handrail number 2. Reminded that they're numbered from the base of the Z1 up, so 2, it would be the second one facing aft. And if that large small can move up and down handrail 2, we think the bag access will be the best.
Copy. Thanks, Anne. Just working now for one fair lead off my 50 tether so that the next step is going to be easier when I come back, when I go to ESP3 translation.
We copy, a good plan.
And this one fair lead is going to be a four-man fair lead around 605.
Captain, I think I heard 6052. Is that correct?
Yes, affirm.
Okay, yeah, we like that plan. And a reminder, that's going to be where you put an AET later when you stow the S-cant there. So good recon. Like a good helicopter pilot, you like the recons.
Yep. All right.
And I got to look at that EPFR as I was passing the starboard one. There was no sharp edges that I saw. It would have taken a little bit of work to get some photos, so I just bypassed it. I saw some scuffing on the heels. It looked like paint removal, but no sharp edges.
Okay, we copy and we appreciate that report.
Okay, Sophie is in position for the bag stowage with local on 6051 and end effector on number 2.
Copy, we like that plan. Once you do have that down, then you can pause there for a glove and HEP check after your translation.
Copy, and I will also change my TCV setting.
We copy change of TCV settings.
38 minutes into today's spacewalk, Sophie Adenot is at the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. She'll be removing a heat shield from part of the mechanism on the boom of the apparatus upon which the failed ESCANT is mounted. It's called an AGIT, which is an acronym for the Antenna Group Interface Tube. This is essentially the mechanism on the boom upon which all the electronics are interwoven. She'll be removing a heat shield from that boom as one of the first steps in the removal of the failed antenna. Meanwhile, Anil Menon, you're looking at the helmet camera view from Menon. He is retrieving a portable foot restraint from a stowage platform alongside the Quest airlock that he will mount at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm that will be operated later by NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway from a robotics workstation in the station to maneuver Menon back and forth to position the failed space-to-ground antenna. Once it is removed from its boom on the Z1 truss, and then ultimately to maneuver the spare antenna to that location on the Z1 truss for its installation.
Good view of the thermal radiator flap and the MMOD strikes.
The MMOD on the one.
Okay, we copy the report. Thanks.
And I'm up to Fetus Bird.
Copy. You're going to head left, starboard. You're to the F1 NTA, which is mile marker 6900, 6900. And Sophie, as you get things stowed, your first action is going to be to remove the heat shield. So you'll be opening at that bag, and you'll be tethering to the agate heat shield and to put it in that bag.
Copy. Right now, I can confirm I have 2 AET, 1 on the handrail 2 and 1 on the handrail 1, and I'm currently removing my VRT. The bag is good config. I'm going to stitch it down so that it doesn't fly away.
And Sophie, I am in place now, so if you have some comms, Sophie, now's the time. Otherwise, I would start chatting with Jessica.
Yeah, got plenty of them. I know my next step is the heat shield, and that's coming right after the VRT stowage.
Yep, and for Sophie, just a couple cautions to avoid contact with the ESCANT dish and the gimbals. And the max loads on the ESCANT is 45 pounds, which is 20 kilograms. Your steps that you can go ahead and take is to go up and retrieve the heat shield. You're going to tether to it and release the quarter-turn fasteners. And then reminder that over on the starboard side underneath, there is an elastic strip that you need to remove. And then you can stow that agate heat shield into the ORU bag. For Anil, I can give you a go to speak with M1.
Love that. Hello, Jessica. I am in place. I see the arm and I see good clearance. Your go for APSR install.
Okay, we copy that your go for the GCA to the published position. This is going to bring the arm toward you, station aft.
Copy.
Anil, we're starting the arm motion in 3, 2, 1.
Jessica Meir is accompanying Jack Hathaway at a robotics workstation inside the station. As you can see, Hathaway is the prime robotics operator for today's spacewalk. maneuvering the Canadarm2 into the right position so that Menon can install the portable foot restraint at the end of the arm. He'll be riding at the end of the arm to move the space-to-ground antennas, the failed one and the replacement antenna, back and forth for the replacement work that is yet to be accomplished during today's spacewalk, which is now 43 minutes in duration. Meanwhile, Sophie Adenot, in the first hour of her first spacewalk in her career, is about to remove a heat shield from the antenna group interface tube. That is the tube on the boom of the failed space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the station that houses the electronics for that mechanism.
Let's call GCA complete here.
Okay, copy GCA complete. Stand by while we get breaks. Anil, brakes are on. You go for APFR install and ingress.
Copy, go for APFR install and ingress.
All right, Anil, your APFR settings are 12 Papa Papa Fox 6, and up to you if you'd like to reset the APFR and then put it in. It might be a little easier to access. You'll be looking for 12 for the clocking. 12 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Copy 12 Papa Papa Fox 6, and APFR is currently set.
And Sophie, when you have a moment to pause, if we could get a good glove and hap check, please.
Sure. Pausing right now, and cap is dry. Those are nominal. Some dark spots on the RTV of my left hand. I put it in front of the HECA. But really minor dark.
Okay, we copy the markings. If you have any other information like color or size, that's great. Right now, we'll take that as a nominal glove and hap check.
Nominal color is black, and size is just less than a fingernail.
Yep, thanks.
And Neil's got APFR. Neil's got the APFR installed, 12 Papa Papa Foxtrot 6. And I got a locking collar, black on black, good pull, twist test. Pitch knob is depressible.
Anil Menon installing the portable foot restraint at the end of Canadarm2. Sophie Adenot reporting that her gloves look good and no issues with the helmet absorption pad in her helmet. It's nice and dry, just the way it should be, as we pass the 47-minute mark in today's spacewalk. The two spacewalkers, Menon and Adenot, setting up shop for the removal of the failed space-to-ground antenna. This will involve installing 12 gimbal lock bolts to prevent any inadvertent motion of the dish on the space-to-ground antenna during its transport over to its temporary parking place on the truss of the station, and ultimately for its installation on ESP3, which currently houses the spare space-to-ground antenna that will replace the failed antenna later in today's spacewalk.
And Anil and Sophie, I'm back with you on comm. We're waiting for video to come up.
Copy. Come.
And Anil, when you're in a good position and ready to walk through tether swap steps, let me know. Sophie, since I can't see you, let me know if you need any additional steps for the agate heat shield removal, and then we'll be taking over comm for the tether swap.
Oh, no, all good. Just working on the translating up the boom.
Okay, copy. And since we are in our first night pass, as you can tell, reminder that your helmet lights have 3 settings: off, spot, and flood. And each time you push the button, you get a different setting if you need it.
Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you.
And Anil's ready for the tether swap.
Okay, Anil, for the tether swap, the first thing that we're going to do, you have a waist tether down, I assume?
Waist tether's down and defector is down. Waist tether is down and defector's down. Hey, Sophie, how copy?
I copy you loud and clear.
All right.
Tell me.
Loud and clear.
Copy. The tether from the ORU bag is on the heat shield, and I double-checked both sides. It's all good, so I'm now going to remove the photo transfester.
Gotcha.
And for
Dan, how do you copy?
waist tether down?
Waist tether is down and defector is down. How copy, Ann?
We hear you, Neil. Anna is troubleshooting a headset issue.
I hear you loud and clear. I can relay some information if needed. Anil, I hear both Anne and you.
Yeah, I hear Ann and you. Loud and clear, Ann.
Loud and clear.
Great, let's keep going. So Anil, you've got your waist tether down. Your first step is going to be to lock your green hook on your red reel.
Green hook is locked on red reel.
You can now retrieve your yellow hook from the green reel, and you're going to stow that on the SSRMS Lee tether point. Yellow hook to the SSRMS Lee tether point, and that will be locked.
Okay. Yellow hook is on the SSRMS, right?
And yes, so from yellow hook
Yellow
to
hook is it's on and it's locked.
copy, understand gate closed and hook locked on the Lee tether point. You can now
Gate closed, locked.
all right, and then check that your red reel is unlocked.
Red reel's unlocked.
Copy, you can now lock your green reel, and then you're going to retrieve your green hook, and you're going to stow it on the S1 NTA handrail. So lock the green reel.
Okay, I'm going to transfer to trust, then I'll do that and report back.
Copy, and if you need it, the S1 NTA handrail is directly above mile marker 6870.
And McLean working with Anil Menon to make sure that all of his tethers are in the right configuration. He is at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. Alongside him, Sophie Adenot, as they set up shop for the beginning of the process to remove the failed space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station that began to exhibit degraded performance last November.
It is burned down. And all the other sides are 100% covered with aluminum shield. There's no risk of fraud because everything is attached, and I'm in the process of removing it.
Okay, we copy the report. We do not see it in the camera view. The camera view, just so you know, ends right where the agate handrails start, so just below the heat shield, and we're talking about the report.
Okay, let me go up so that I can show it to you before finishing the removal. Do you see it now?
That's a good view. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm going to finish the removal.
And Sophie, when you get a chance, can you tell us there's something that may be on the agate that caused that damage?
I think my suspicion is that sunlight is intense on this side, on the forward side, and the sun, like the thread that is the cross that is has like the pattern of the thread here is damaged. I would say it's too much sun rays on it. That said, I see that the aft side also has the beginning of this right where the thread is in a pattern of cross. And I can point it with my finger. It's right here. There's no risk of fraud, but it's of course that's sufficient, I guess.
Okay, copy. We have a decent view of it. If you wouldn't mind pulling it down and right, and just then we'll get a little bit better view of that. We really appreciate the report.
Okay, down and right like this.
That is beautiful, and then just slowly move it to the right, and we'll be able to see the whole thing.
Okay. Every side of it has a little bit of aluminum torn stuff.
Again, the heat shield that Sophie Adenot is displaying is basically the wrapping around the antenna gimbal interface tube, the agate, as it is called. It's essentially where the electronics are located on the boom where the SGANT antenna, the failed antenna, is housed on the Z1 truss.
And for Anil, I'm back with you for your green hook on the S1 NTA handrail.
Yeah, I am just unwinding tethers here, I think with the crew lock bag. Got them looped, but I have a solution, so I'll be unwound soon.
Okay, copy. Just let us know when you're ready to proceed.
Will do.
For Sophie, as you get the heat shield into the ORU bag, your next step is going to be to retrieve the gimbal locks, and for installation, you can either BRT in position and then grab them from the ORU bag, or if you need to grab them and then translate up and get in position, that's fine too.
Yeah, so I'm going to wet myself to the gimbals, and I just folded the heat shield inside out so that it doesn't get more damage. And I'm going to tuck it under the integral adjustable here so that it's really well protected.
We like that config. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, the tethers are unwound. I'm headed to the anchor point.
Copy. Good work. So you'll be putting the green hook on the NTA handrail above mile marker 6870. It's just to the inboard side of the stanchion that says 07.
This is Mission Control Houston. As we approach the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk, The reports are very, very good. The crew is right on the timeline as they work their way to remove the heat shield along the boom of the space-to-ground antenna location on the Z1 truss. Also, their suits are operating as advertised. No issues reported so far in today's spacewalk, the 282nd in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades. In this view, you see Anil Menon wearing the suit bearing the red stripes as he prepares to accompany Adenot in the removal and installation of a series of gimbal lock bolts. There are two sets of these bolts. The first set is 4 bolts. The second set consists of 8 bolts. They will restrain the antenna from inadvertent movement during the time that it is not only removed but transported to its temporary stowage location on the truss of the station and eventually on external stowage platform number 3.
Okay, the green reel is locked.
Copy, green reel locked, and you'll be retrieving the hook to the handrail and then unlocking it.
Green hook is off. And the green hook is on the handrail. The green reel is unlocked.
Copy. Your next step is to ingress the APFR. We recommend you'll be head zenith, and you can use the pump module handrail as to stabilize yourself for ingress.
Menon finishing up the preparatory work for his planting of his feet in the articulating portable foot restraint at the end of Canadarm2, upon which he will be maneuvered back and forth in the transport of the failed space-to-ground antenna and its replacement over the next several hours. The robotic arm being operated primarily by Jack Hathaway from a robotics workstation inside the International Space Station, accompanied by Jessica Meir.
I would like to reinstall it. It's right in front of my heck of view, if you see it.
We see it, checking.
Copy. And for your information as well, the heat shield didn't want to stay tucked in, although I thought I had done a very good job of it.
No worries. You are go to reinstall that TA clamp, and just a reminder that about potential sharp edges on those, so just take a look closely, and you're go to reinstall.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, today's spacewalk by Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot began when they placed their suits on battery power at 7:29 a.m. Central Time, 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time. They moved out of the Quest airlock, set up their tools and tethers. Menon is completing the installation of a portable foot restraint at the end of Canadarm2. He'll be transported around the vicinity of the work sites at the end of the robotic arm to maneuver the failed space-to-ground antenna to a stowage location, and then maneuvering the replacement antenna that is currently housed on ESP3, the external stowage platform number 3, on the P3 truss or port 3 truss of the station. It will be installed in a boom on the Z1 truss. That's the middle portion right in the center of the uprights of the truss of the International Space Station. There are 2 such space-to-ground antennas. The one being replaced today was installed on the STS-132 mission. Back in 2010, the replacement antenna was delivered to the station in 2009 on the STS-127 mission.
And Anil, as you get into the APFR, we see about there, reminder, give yourself a good tug test. Make sure you're really comfortable with your heels. Once we get moving, we won't have too much opportunity to redo those. So once you're happy, just let us know.
I feel pretty happy. They feel solid.
Copy. We've got a camera looking big brother right over your shoulder, and you look good there. So at this time, we'll take a glove and a half check, please.
Half dry. Those are nominal.
Copy. I'm going to give you the comm here in just a second for your first, to build your frequent flyer miles on the arm. But for Sophie, for the gimbal locks, we're going to have you, once you get into position, I'm going to give you a couple steps so Anil can take the comm. You'll take gimbal lock number 1, which is the one with 4 bolts, and that's going to install on the aft side, so 4 bolts on the aft side, and you're going to manually put in approximately 2 turns in any order on those bolts. You're going to continue to do those. Turn count is important, so please notice and report those turn counts as able with comm.
Copy.
And McLean reporting to Sophie Adenot about the beginning of the work to install gimbal locks on the failed space-to-ground antenna. These gimbal locks are physical locking pins used to secure the antenna's movable joints during launch, installation, and today's transfer operations for the spacewalk.
GC8, the published backoff position.
And Jessica, how copy?
Got you loud and clear now.
All right, let's do it like we practiced. I'm ready to go to the backoff position.
Okay, we copy. You're ready for the backoff. We'll get set up.
And Jessica Meir, working with Jack Hathaway at the robotics workstation inside, ready to move the Canadarm2 away from the truss of the station now that Menon has planted his feet in the portable foot restraint that he installed just a few moments ago.
Anil, we're going to bring you station forward, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion, good motion. I've got good clearances, as I know you do.
A good view of Anil Menon at the end of the station's Canadarm2 as he is being backed away under the controls of Jessica Meir and Jack Hathaway. He'll be maneuvered to the Z1 truss to join Sophie Adenot for the procedures to install gimbal locks, these locking pins on the failed space-to-ground antenna before it is basically disassembled from the boom upon which it has resided for the past 16 years.
And ground concurs. And Sophie, as you get set up, if you need to redo RETs, you can. And BRT to 003 is our recommendation. It looks like you're just about to get that in place. Nice work.
I'm already BRT to 003 and working on the install of the number 1 gimbal lock.
Copy. And Anil, from both, a couple words on HECUS for both of you. Anil, it appears that maybe you may have bumped a button, if you don't mind cycling that and turning it back on. And for Sophie, no rush, but when you have a free hand, we think maybe your HECA got bumped downward, so we kind of are looking down at your MWS. Still a great view, don't stop what you're doing, but when you have a chance, move that back up.
And then my green light was on, but I'm power cycling it.
Copy, thank you, good info.
Copy.
And Anil, this is Jessica. Are you ready for the maneuvers to intermediate through Z1 back off?
Anil is ready.
Okay, that'll be about 3.5 minutes. Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion, good motion.
Once these 12 gimbal locks are installed, these locking pins to prevent any inadvertent motion of the dish while it's in the process of being removed and transported to its temporary parking place. The actual release of the failed antenna will be through 4 bolts that will be driven by Adenot with the assistance of Anil Menon. 4 bolts holding that space-to-ground antenna on the boom of the Z1 truss on the station.
I think I'm going to have to wait for Anil to install it. And now what I see is that if I put the 2 bottom ones, C, Charlie and Bravo, into their location, then the 2 top ones are too high.
Okay, we are tracking. And if we wait for Anil, that's okay. If you'd like to continue troubleshooting it, just make sure that there's no side loads pulling on it. Maybe one of the AETs, or if gimbal lock number 2, it looks like it might be kind of stuck behind one of those NZGL cables. And if you free that, it might give you a little bit more of a push.
Uh-huh. I think, yeah. From what I observed, I'll try this, but from what I observed, it's distance between the top and the bottom bolts, which is not good right now.
When I get there, do you have suggested solutions?
Yeah. So ideally, if you could get a hand to the key handle to try to change slightly the alignment. But from what I observed from here, it seems aligned. Just the distance which just doesn't seem right. Like there's 1 centimeter difference, which is kind of interesting. Okay, I just locked the other red. I'm gonna give it another go. Now there's no side load at all.
Okay, we are tracking and we're talking about it.
See?
And can you, for my purposes, can you remind me what bolt you're looking at?
Charlie Bravo and Delta Alpha. Yeah. What would be easier then is I would take care of Charlie and Delta to check the alignment, and you would take care of your side, the starboard ones, which are Bravo and Alpha. For now, either I align the 2 top ones or the 2 bottom ones, but I cannot do the 4 there.
Copy.
And we copy, Sophie. We're talking about it also.
Copy.
And so to clarify, you believe that if you hand start, say, Bravo Charlie, that Delta and Alpha will not reach, or if you do Delta Alpha, that Bravo Charlie will not reach? Is that a good read?
That's a good read. But I'm slightly too beta oriented, so I would be able to confirm only if I move, which is kind of tricky right now because I have the 2 gimbals and all the equipment, so it's better to wait for Anil in that position. I tried to, yeah.
Okay, we copy.
Right now, I just hand started Charlie and Bravo how to turn each. But what I observed, yeah, oh, it doesn't work. Or maybe it just needs some more force to attack.
Okay, we copied half turn on Bravo and Charlie, and that may need a second set of hands for the rest.
Yes.
All right, well, we knew there would be some curveballs, so we're ready.
Yeah.
I'll be there in a bit.
I'm pausing here, just making sure there's no side load, so we're good on that.
Anil, we're going to start motion for your next JOCAS in 3, 2, 1. So we'll be bringing you body in and down, a little bit right to get to the Z1 back-off position.
No copies. See motion, good motion, and I'll provide clearances where I can from the dish and Sophie.
I see the day is coming, so I'm going to turn my visor.
And that's a good adjustment, Sophie. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. I can even point it better so that you can see. I have a very good view of Anil, of the arm, of the SASA antenna.
We see the same thing. We've got a great view from your HECA of, we can kind of see Bravo Charlie Alpha, and we see Anil off to the right.
Copy.
And Sophie, if you're able, we understand half turn on Bravo and Charlie. If you're able to go to the full 2 turns, we think it'll be a slightly better config for those 2 bolts.
Copy. It's a full 2 turn on Charlie and Bravo.
Copy 2 on Charlie and Bravo. Thank you.
It was awesome in your menu.
Thank you. All right, I got good clearances here still.
Yeah. Excuse.
Yeah, I mean, I see the issue here from this angle. I don't know if you guys can see that in the head.
Yeah.
Basically, it's
Way too low.
Can you guys see the HECA? As you said, Ann, a picture's worth 1,000 words, but I can describe it.
We have both of your HECAs. We're not quite close enough with your HECA, Neil, to make out the detail. We can see Sophie's pretty well.
Okay. I think what I'm seeing is the scan body where she's trying to soft off. It seems like it's about 15 degrees angled away from the gimbal lock. The gimbal lock seems like it's in the right place. Like it is parallel with the boom. So that when you get to the scan, it angles off from it. Let me see if I can turn some.
Yeah. I mean, what I observe from here is as if the antenna was too tall.
Yeah, that's a great description, and we see the same thing on the helmet cam. We're talking about that.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it would help to position the forward side as well.
Well, if I can get
also
the antenna moved purely.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 21 minutes into today's spacewalk. Anil Menon at the end of the station's robotic arm, along with Sophie Adenot of the European Space Agency. At the work site, you're looking in the foreground of the failed space-to-ground antenna that began to exhibit degraded performance last November with an inability for it to gimbal or track properly the tracking and data relay satellite system network for high-speed communications of data, voice, and video. It is stuck basically in what is called the birdbath position. In the background at the top of your screen is the operative SGANT-1, or the space-to-ground antenna number 1, that has taken over the lion's share of work. The space-to-ground 2 antenna is in the process of the early stages of its removal and replacement by a spare that currently resides on a stowage platform of spare parts on the P3 truss of the complex.
And I'll hand you to
the two spacewalkers are in the process of attempting to install two sets of gimbal locks. These are physical locking pins used to secure the antenna's movable joints during its installation and spacewalk transfer operations, such as we are seeing today.
Yeah, I'm trying to not reposition myself.
That's it. And Sophie, it was a good call to just wait. I don't think this would have been something you could have resolved.
Oh, yeah, there's a big delta. It's not a small alignment issue.
And Anil, we are at the Z1 backoff position. As you know, we're ready for the GCA to the bolt access position on your go.
Yeah, go for the bolt access.
Okay, we are going to be bringing you body in, and we would like you to help keep your clearance from the SCAT antenna.
Okay, ready for body in, and I'll keep clearances primary.
Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion and good motion, and I've got good clearances. I've got a meter from the T-handle, the hand extended. Good clearances. I'm good. I've got a meter distance. I'm personally moving my body in air, so I've got good clearance. I've got half a meter clearance, good line of sight. We've got good clearance.
And I cannot see anymore the SATA antenna, so I cannot check anymore.
We have clearance on the SATA.
Copy.
And I've got good clearance from the SCAT. Got it. Good foot. And I can move my body even more. I've got good clearance from the boom. Got a foot, I've got a lot of body travel I can put into this to create more space, plenty of room. Got plenty of room.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming up on another handover,
I
but you guys can continue to work this, and we'll take a report on the other side, but you are going to manually manipulate those gimbals to see what you can get. Watch for pinch points.
Oh, great.
I think we can get this, Ann. I've got high confidence.
We see it.
Okay, I'm working on Delta.
And there is much joy in MCC.
Okay, 2 turns on Delta. 2 turns on Delta.
Copy, 2 turns on Delta.
Okay, Anil, we have reached the published position.
And in mid-sentence, we've hit a short gap, in our tracking and data relay satellite system communications, not related to the space-to-ground antenna work that's ongoing.
Okay, copy, go.
Menon and Adenot working on the installation of these locking pins before the failed space-to-ground antenna can be removed from its boom.
Bravo, Delta, Alpha, in this order.
She might be on handover, so...
I'm here.
Yeah.
I think maybe... Okay.
Okay, so,
Hey, guys.
Anil?
Hey, nice job. We copied 2 turns on all bolts. You're going to now retrieve the PGT. They both work. We recommend using Sophie's PGT with a 2-inch rigid.
Sophie, so, Anil, because I'm kind of stuck in the movement, I'm going to give it to you.
Yep, I got
then,
it covered, Sophie.
So what I suggest, I align the bolts and the PGT, and you brace and and put the motion in, but I'm going to stabilize this on the bolt.
Okay, I've got your PGT. Is it CAL'd?
Yes.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, I think it's already set. Bravo 1.
Clockwise 2 is set. I can see it.
Yep.
Okay, tell me which bolt.
You start with Charlie, and I'm going to get you towards Charlie.
Okay.
All right, we like it. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Understand Cal is complete. Bolt Charlie first.
Charlie first.
Okay.
Okay, it's in.
Okay. And then I'm going to
turn to motor. Wait, can you hold the PGT there?
The PGT held.
And I'm going to turn to motor.
Okay. Why don't I stabilize it and you hit the trigger rate? Now do the turn count.
Okay. But you didn't do the CAL, right?
I had heard it was CAL'd. We did not CAL it.
No.
We need to CAL.
No, okay.
So when you turn it on,
right
make sure
now.
the collar goes to Cal first,
Yes.
and the ratchet is in clockwise or counterclockwise, and press the trigger for the Cal.
Yeah, it worked.
Copy.
I'll CAL it and give it to you, Sophie.
Copy.
Okay. Good CAL, 41 volts.
Copy.
Copy. Verify settings. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
It worked.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, and a reminder, make sure your ratchet's back in the motor.
Ratchet is in motor, confirmed.
Okay, you are go to drive Bolt Charlie.
Okay, Anil, can you, do you have access to this PGT? For me, it's, I'm not in good position right now. I'm going to turn like this.
Yes, PGT.
We have the LED test right now, so clockwise 2, sorry.
The collar is out of Cal.
Yeah, we are now in clockwise 2, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 confirmed. Okay, I'm pressing. Can you activate the trigger?
I sure can. Are you going to
All
do
right,
the
a
count?
reminder that turns are very important, so if one of you can give us the count at the bolt.
Okay, that's it, Sophie.
There was 4 more turns, and we have a low torque. Actual torque is 1, and there's false and torque red LEDs that are on right now.
Copy, checking. And you can go ahead and try with the same setting. Make sure that there's no side loads. The 2-inch is not as forgivable as the 6-inch, so make sure there's no side loading at the bolt. You can also kind of wiggle the gimbal lock, and then you can hit it again with a Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay.
Hold it right there. I've got a good grip. Okay, what's it say?
Standby 1, repositioning. The torque again, false. There was initially I had 2 hand turns, and then we turned 4 turns, but 6 total, and low torque.
We copy low torque, and we copy that you did get no additional turns on that second one.
And if you want me to really get a hold of it and try a third time, I'll need a little bit of GCA. I can do it.
Yeah, we do think you guys can decide if it's GCA or if Sophie needs to reposition. We do think that that the PGT needs to be braced a little bit harder, so maybe clocking it down so that the PGT handle is directed nadir more towards Sophie or in a place where you can have 2 hands on it with your BRT If you don't think that's going to work, then we'll look at GCA.
Okay, Sophie, you can help stabilize it, but it's just barely out of my reach to give it like really strong hold.
Okay. So then I need to reposition. And it's going to take a while.
Would it be easier for me to just GCA in? What do you think?
Yeah, it's up to you. Do you think moving the handle to point down towards Sophie would do anything?
Okay, just evaluate this.
Okay, let me try.
Right there. Get you set up.
No, it's
where your hand is,
overtalking
it
again.
should help. It should kick to the handle should kick to the right. So the side that you have your hand on, if you could get a strong hand there and manage that kick, that might help.
I can help stabilize it.
Yeah, it's also low torque. So no more turns. I tried it 3 times. Could it be a cal problem? But do you want us to recal just in case something went wrong?
We do not think it's a cal problem. Standby 1.
Okay.
And Sophie, just to be clear, we got the full 2 hand starts and then 4 additional turns with low torque. Have you gotten any additional turns or any good torque indicator?
Yeah, okay, so right now we have green torque light, and actual torque is 12, and I pressed 4 times the trigger, and now that was a total of 1 more turn, so that would add up to 5 with a PGT plus 2 hand turns, 7 total, and 12 actual torque.
It subjectively looked good to me, and
we're double checking that. We think that's a good bolt, but standby 1. Your next one after this is going to be Bravo if you want to start thinking through that. And with that, we have a good
Bravo,
bolt on Charlie.
I can do.
We're calling Charlie good bolt. You're going to Bravo, which is starboard aft.
I can do this one.
Okay, I'll let you work on that one.
Okay, you count, okay?
Yeah.
Ready, starting it in 3, 2, 1.
That's 4.
Does it say?
And I can see it's a good green light, 12 tons, 3 actual torque. And that was 4 turns.
Copy 4 turns, green light. We're checking.
Copy.
And while they're checking, I definitely can't get D. So you want to assess D with this?
In work.
All right, we're going to call that a good bolt. Yes, I heard you guys talking about Delta. You are go to drive Delta, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
There, you got it.
Put it more down.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now it's good. I have it. Okay.
I can help you stabilize it right there.
Okay, ready? I'm starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
I saw 5.
4.5.
Okay. 4.5 probably.
4.5. With green light, 12.1 torque.
Copy, 4.5 turns, green light on bolt Delta.
Yeah, and from what we observed, it's fully seated inside the location.
That's what I can do if you want me to do
Okay,
it.
please do it, and I'm going to hold it.
Okay. All right, you count. Tell me when you're ready.
I am ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, driving.
And 3/4 on this one, and I see good green line, 12.1 torque.
Okay, 4 3/4, 12.1 torque, green light, and we'll hold there for a second. Just a reminder between bolts, do me a favor and wait for a go. We've got to do math down here.
Copy. So let's, Anil, for us, while they are doing their math, let's stow the PJT and see what we can do for the rets on this one.
I also see a loose ret coming right in front of you. Is that intentional?
That's intentional because I didn't want to have some side loading.
Okay.
I have 2 loose rets.
Okay.
Okay, and for the crew, you can go ahead and move to gimbal lock number 2. Reminder to pull that around to the port side for the AET routing.
Yes.
And you can get that one. You can manually start all 8 bolts in any order, manually start 2 turns on gimbal lock 2 while we work to confirm the config of gimbal lock 1.
So, Anil, copy, Anne, good copy. Anil, can I, before doing that, please, can you release this AET and unlock it? It's going to go back to the bag. That's right, sorry, the ret. The ret number 22 that you see right here.
This one that I'm shaking. Okay.
Yeah, this one, because this one is one from the bag, and I am actively reretted to the other side of the AT, so we are good.
Okay, this ret's off. It's coming towards you, okay?
Copy.
You want to guide it so it doesn't get snagged?
I'm going to release my BRT, reposition to the forward side.
Okay. What would you like me to do with this ret here?
Let me get in position, and then I would like you to turn it back to the bag. It should be going directly to the bag. It belongs to the bag.
Okay. Good job on those bolts.
What?
Good job on those bolts.
It didn't start well, but yeah.
If I could speak French, I'd say straight in.
All right. So let us observe what the bag is. Can you? Okay.
It's on your camera.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. I can actually fix this. There we go. There we go.
That's good. Do you unlock it so that it retracts?
Unlocks? You want me to let go?
Let go to the bag.
All right, it's in the bag.
It's in the bag. Hold on. All right, now I'm going to go around.
And there is a gimbal lock right above your head. You wait 1 second.
Yeah, I am waiting 1 second.
I will move over. I've got control.
You got control. My hands are on the agate handles.
All right, nice work on that, you guys. Much rejoicing after the move of the gimbals and getting that lock number 1 on. We see you working number 2. And again, just a hand start on each one of those bolts in any order.
Copy. I'm working on my BRT for now on the forward one.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And just do me a favor.
1 hour, 42 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Get into them. That'll help us.
As you watch the work of Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot outside of the International Space Station, Menon, his feet planted at the end of the station's robotic arm, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes. Adenot is in the unmarked suit. They have completed the installation of the first quartet of gimbal lock bolts. These are physical locking pins to make sure that the space-to-ground antenna, the failed antenna, does not inadvertently rotate out of their maneuverability capability during the transfer to a temporary parking place and then to a stowage platform on the P3 truss of the International Space Station. The same will be the case for the replacement space-to-ground antenna that is currently housed on ESP3, the stowage platform on the P3 truss, that is replacing this failed antenna at the center of the station's truss structure. The crew is continuing to work just about on the timeline. The first order of business, of course, the removal of a heat shield at the base of the boom upon which the failed space-to-ground antenna resides. Now the installation of these locking pins to restrain any movement by the space-to-ground antenna dish during its transfer to its stowage location. This will be followed by the removal of the antenna itself and Anil Menon carrying the antenna at the end of the robotic arm to to the external stowage platform number 3 on the port side of the International Space Station. The station and its crew members are currently traveling 260 miles above the Earth, moving from northwest to southeast, about to move directly over the Cabo Verde Islands.
So that's 2.5 turn on Gulf.
2.5 turns on Bolt Gulf.
2 turns on this one. Sophie, which one's this?
Foxtrot. Let's go, Anil, now to Echo and Hotel. Let's go to the top one, yes, affirm. It works.
She's directing me. We haven't put the turns in yet.
Yep, and Anil, I see you on Echo. And Sophie, I see you on Hotel.
Yeah, 3 turns on Hotel.
3 turns on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, understand 3 turns on each. Please stop at 2 turns on the hand start bolts. But we got 3 turns on Echo, 3 turns on Hotel.
And now you work on Kilo, Anil, and I work on Mike. Yes.
Yep, and we can see Mike and we can see Kilo.
Okay, that's 2 turns and a half on Mike.
2 turns on Mike.
2.5.
2 turns on this one.
2 turns on Kilo, 2.5 on Mike.
Yes, now working on Juliet and Lima. 2 turns and a half on Lima.
2.5 turns on Lima, and a reminder we want about 2 turns. And go ahead, Anil.
2 turns on this last. Juliet. Thank you. Glad you got them memorized. I can't see them.
I can see them.
And Fox, did we get Foxtrot? That's the one that's closer to Anil.
And
that one with track in 2 turns. We can go for the PGT.
Yes. Let's go with yours, Anil.
Hey, get my PGT now. It's already cowed.
Okay,
and 41 volts.
We think Sophie's PGT with a 2-inch rigid might be easier. You're welcome to use either. The first bolt is bolt Foxtrot.
Yeah.
That is the one that is, yep, Sophie can see it right there. It's closest to you, Anil. It's one of the bolts that goes to the SCAT, so it's the lower one on your right.
Okay, I'm going to guide Anil on the bolts. I have good view, and I'm aligning these.
They might be right about yours being easier just because.
The 2 spacewalkers are working in tandem to complete the installation of these gimbal lock bolts. These are physical locking pins used to secure the antenna's movable joints during its transport. In this case, it's transferred to a stowage location once it is removed from the boom. This is the failed space-to-ground antenna that the 2 spacewalkers are working on at the moment. We are 1 hour, 47 minutes into the spacewalk. Everything is proceeding on schedule.
And we got
Bravo
Clockwise 2.
Yeah,
Bravo 1, Clockwise 2. We are happy with that. Bolt Foxtrot.
Okay, I'm on Foxtrot, right, Sophie?
Yes, you're on Foxtrot. Let's go.
1, 2, 3, you count turns, okay?
Yes. We're in a house, and I see that Bolt is fully inside fully seated inside.
And I got low torque, 10.8.
Low torque 10.8. Okay, let's hit that bolt one more time. Just a reminder, try to be in a real good bracing position, no side loads. If you need to wiggle the gimbal lock at all, this first bolt might have a tendency to side load more. And bolt Foxtrot.
All right, I hit it again, and I got good torque, green light. Only turned maybe an eighth of a, I don't know, it could have been 0, but it's at 11.9. A really small turn, basically, almost nothing.
Okay, we will move to bolt Gulf. Bolt Gulf, that's the one closer to Sophie on the other side, while we let MER determine what 4.5 plus an eighth is.
All right, I could do this one too, Sophie, if you want.
Okay.
Okay, you ready to count?
The space-to-ground antenna that the crew is currently working to install these locking pins on, this is the one that exhibited restricted motion beginning last November and a degraded performance in its inability to auto-track or gimbal, if you will, swivel to point itself toward the tracking and data relay satellite system satellites that orbit the Earth in geosynchronous orbit in a constellation as the hub of NASA's communications system.
5 turns. Your next bolt will be bolt Echo. Echo.
This particular antenna was launched and installed during the STS-132 mission back in 2010. So after 16 years of yeoman's work, it is being removed and is being replaced by a spare that has been housed out on a stowage platform on the port side of the truss of the International Space Station since 2009.
Right, green light, 12.1.
Copy, and say again, turn count for bolt Echo.
5.5. And it's fully seated from what we observed.
Copy, 5.5. And you are going to move on to bolt Hotel.
The symmetrical part closer to me.
Okay, is it this one?
A-firm.
It's A-firm, and I'm ready to start counting.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, starting.
Five and 3/4.
Green light, 12.2.
5 3/4, 12.2 green light. Copy for bolt Hotel. Can move on to bolt Kilo.
Well, is the one closest to you down. Yep. That's it. And I'm ready to count.
Hey, 3, 2, 1, turning.
Four and 3/4.
Green light, 11.8.
Copy, 4 3/4, 11.8 green light for Kilo. Next will be Mike, but stand by one while we check that.
Mike. Okay.
I can't see that, but if you can
Okay,
put this
and
on.
we'll keep going
Yeah,
to bolt Mike over by
Is
Sophie.
this?
Nope.
Is it this one, sir?
No, it's this one. Okay, let me just extending my body position.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, you're in. Let's go.
Okay, ready? I'm going to try not to side load this. 1, 2, 3,
Yep.
starting.
4 3/4.
Woohoo! Green light. 12.1.
Well done. All right, next one is the top one closest to you.
12.1 for Bolt Mike. You can move on to Bolt Juliet, which is over by Anil.
Yeah, no, not this one. Yeah, the one closest to you, that's sent.
Okay. Ready, Sophie?
Ready.
3, 2, 1.
Four point 8 turns.
Low torque, 9.5, but I just like my hand slipped a little bit. If you're okay, I'll hit it again.
Yeah, and I see it's fully seated.
Yes, we agree with the plan to hit it again, please.
Okay, ready, Sophie?
I am.
All right, we got good torque, green light, 12.2, no turns.
We copy no additional turns with a green light. You can go on to Bolt Lima. Bolt Lima, final bolt.
The one I'm pointing with my finger here.
Only I could see your finger.
Okay, I'm getting.
Okay.
Okay, you're in. Ready?
All right. Ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
It's 5 turns.
Light, 11.4.
Copy, 5 turns and 11.4 green light. Nicely done. Folks are going to discuss that down here for a little bit, but at this time...
It's 11.9. I might have said 4. My old age.
What we observe from here is that all bolts are fully fitted into the golden part.
Okay.
They look all the same.
So Sophie, at this time, first you guys can stow the PGT, and then we're gonna. I have a task for each of you. Anil, we'd like you to do a wiggle test and take a look at the gimbals. And you kind of got to move it before. Let us know if it moves at all. Sophie, once you stow your PGT, you can remove the AET from the gimbal locks, and you'll be stowing that on the starboard aft agate handrail.
Copy.
And that gimbal is rock solid.
That's a great report. There was much joy.
Approaching the 2-hour mark in today's spacewalk, Anil Menon, you see him, his feet planted in a portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, declaring success as he and Sophie Adenot have driven a total of 12 bolts, these gimbal lock bolts, these locking pins in place to secure the failed space-to-ground antenna from any inadvertent motion after it is removed from its boom on the Z1 truss and transported to a stowage location.
Copy that.
Oh, no, first is the AET.
The AET.
Yeah. And what?
And these can be done in any order from here. So if Anil, you want to start NZGLs while Sophie works the AET and the MUT, that's fine. Just let me know what words you'd like.
I think that's a great idea. Why don't I start on the forward NZGL?
Okay, great. NZGL does not matter. In order doesn't matter. Just a reminder to avoid pulling and tugging on the SCANT cables, but you might want to wiggle the back shell a little bit to remove side loads. So you can remove the cap from the dummy connector. Let me know if you're at J6 or J1.
I'm at I'm working on J1. I think the cap is technically J6, right?
Yeah, correction, sorry. J6 or J7 are the two good dummy connectors, so understand you're working J6.
That's correct. I've got a ret to it, and I want to take it out now.
Sounds good. And once you have that dummy connector removed, then you can demate the SCANT forward cable from the boom. That's a P4 from the J1.
Okay. I've demated the dummy connector, and I'm working on the forward cable. It's aft over center now, and it's off. The O-ring, there's a pink O-ring in the plug that looks to be wedged in by friction. I'm trying to get a heck of view on it. Otherwise,
okay, I understand you're looking at the dummy connector O-ring?
No, the dummy connector's off. The dummy connector O-ring is pink, and it's seated very deeply inside. When I look at I just took off J1. When I look at the receptacle for J1, the plug seems fine. If you look at the plug here in the HECA, that there is a pink ring that looks like the same O-ring that should be deep in there, but it's come up. So it's half in, half out. It's friction fit in there now. Can you see it in the HECA? I feel like I could probably push it in with the right tool, or I could ret to it and take it out.
Okay, we are discussing. We don't have a great view on it.
Can you see it? Okay, I can get you a good view. Let's see. Okay. If you can give me a progressive taxi to the A1.
Yeah, J1 is just on the left side of your helmet cam right now. So if you look to your right or twist to your left a little bit. Yep. And now it's behind the cable. If you can move that cable out of the way, we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, you just want to know if that O-ring is.
Can I help, or am I good to go retrieve the metal segment?
Hey, go retrieve the metal segment. This is a analysis thing.
And Anil, we can't quite see it because of the shadowing. Can you confirm, is the whole thing offset but symmetrical, or is it angled inside of that connector?
It's angled inside. Gosh, I wish I could get you a good view. It's like my helmet's right there. All right, I will just describe it. Oh, I'll be quiet. Let me know if you need more words.
We like that. Thank you. We like your voice too, but we appreciate the time to think. Okay, you are going to put the cap on there. We are okay with that angle. So once you've looked at the cable and verified no FOD, good pins, and a good EMI band, then you can mate that cable to the dummy receptacle and the cap on the J1. We probably won't be so forgiving of the new one.
And I think there may have been a miscommunication. The J1 receptacle side, doesn't it stay on the boom? So,
okay, and say that one more time.
Like when we bring in the new one's going to attach its NGL to this back.
Okay, you're talking so the J1, so the O-ring is in the J1 connector that's on the boom, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, appreciate that clarification, and yes, we'll be using that one again later. So copy that you've got the NZGL cable to the dummy receptacle, and now you can put the cap on the J1 boom connector.
Okay, I'm going to put the cap on, but the pink does stick out 50%. Like that O-ring sticks out 50% from there, so I can try to flatten it in by putting on the dummy connector, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we're checking. Yeah, if you want to try that, we're good with that.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk by Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot, the 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The crew well into the work to remove a failed space-to-ground antenna from its location at the middle of the backbone or the truss of the International Space Station on the Z1 truss. They have installed a series of locking pins, or gimbal locks as they are called. The next order of business will be the actual releasing of 4 bolts holding the failed space-to-ground antenna in place on a boom on the Z1 truss.
Copy.
And we came back from a handover, so Neil, if you had any other words that we may have missed them on the J1.
I said I don't know if you caught it, but if we put in the plug, it's gonna be hard to get the. Sorry, I went to go get something, and sorry. If we put in the plug, it's gonna be hard to get that pink rubber O-ring out again. But if the decision is to take it out now, it's partially out, and I think I could get it out. So I'm just verifying that you want the plug in and attempting to flatten it in there.
Okay, we understand. We're talking it.
Okay, Anil, I think we can work together on this install.
Okay, I think I need to hand this to you so I can secure my ATFR position.
Yep.
Reach got me out of place a little bit.
Anil Menon is referring to the demating of the acronym is NZGLs. These are NASA zero-G lever locks. The lever-actuated electrical and data connectors that have provided the electrical and telemetry capability for the failed space-to-ground antenna.
Side loading of this thread from the bag.
Okay, you want me to put the scoop on?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm releasing the side loading with my hands on the red. Almost there. Yes.
Okay.
You're in.
Son, do you want me to lock it?
Yes, please.
Space station currently flying 260 miles just south of South Africa.
And I see it locked.
Is it locked? Is it set itself in?
It is locked.
Okay.
Yep.
And
you get
so,
the good wiggle.
just
Yep, we recommend keeping the ball stack loose.
So I can. Yes. So the ball stack is loose. The first jaws on the scoop are locked. The ECOM 1 and 2 are locked, black and black, and the second nut is jaws open and unlocked. So for me, it's good config. I can release the red from the bag. Do you concur?
Yep, we concur that that's a good config, and you can release that red. If you want to put the O-ring on that red, Anil, you can. Otherwise, we'll remove it and put it in a trash bag.
Oh, yeah. Put it on that rat, Sophie, so give me that rat.
Yeah.
I can try to get it if got it. Okay.
Just a sec. My orientation. Okay. Second hand.
And hey, for the crew real quick, if you could just hang on to that O-ring, we may be using it again. So just keep it in an accessible position, please. You can just put on a ret back to a workstation if that works.
I should keep it on my person then. Okay.
Okay, we like that plan. Good config. Nice work on the scoop and mutt ball stack. That looked pretty simple in the scheme of things, and we'll be going for the second connector. And
okay, confirm I released the red from the bag. So we don't need it from the O-ring.
You release the red, Sophie. I'm going to put the O-ring on this AET right here and keep it behind my workstation.
Copy.
Okay, we like that config. The things that we have left are the other NZGL, and then we'll be releasing torque using the ratchet wrench. So if you guys want to work the last NZGL, then we'll get in position.
Okay, let me work on the NZGL. I'll work on this cap, and you do your thing with the O-ring.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll be removing the cap from the...
Again, the acronym NZGL refers to a series of electrical and data connectors that have held the space-to-ground antenna in place on the boom and relayed both power and telemetry capability during its functional days. This antenna began to display a degraded capability last November in its ability to auto-track the tracking and data relay satellite system satellites, the constellation of satellites that orbit the Earth in geosynchronous orbit about 22,300 miles above the Earth. The situation with this particular antenna continued to worsen, causing flight controllers to transfer the prime load of communications capability from the station, the high data rate transmission capability, to the other S-Gand 1, that is located alongside of the failed antenna on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't work. Now with the two of us.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
And we're sure we got it up, yeah.
Yeah, lever aft over center. So
okay.
You're good.
Okay, I've got good leverage here.
Yep, and me here.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Steady pressure.
Okay.
I think this is a RET scenario.
It is a RET scenario.
All right, and you can wiggle the back shell, making sure there's no side loadings on there. And then reminder, if the sun comes up, you can keep it shaded, might help too.
Oh.
Okay. Now let me go in front of it.
Okay.
And put some shadow. It is. Okay, if I try like this?
And I'll wiggle the back shell. Just give you some.
Yep. And we're seeing you working it, and you see that the lever is aft. And this is the situation where you could use an AET as well if you need a little more pulse.
I think we, why don't you put the large trick on the backside and see if you can...
Try?
Yeah, see if you can push out.
So, would you take the large trick on my...
Yeah, you can put your large hook, and I'll do it.
Okay. This?
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
I have it.
You got it?
And then it'll go like this.
Yeah, and still some shadow. Okay. Maybe we can also put an AET around.
And pull?
And pull.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so our ideas down
Try
here is
one
you
more
could put
time.
an AET
yeah,
down.
and I'm going to help you push like this. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Stand by one.
Okay.
Stop doing that. Yep. Just want to be sure I'm not doing something stupid with my gloves. We're good. Gloves nominal. I see it moved from 1 millimeter on this side.
Okay.
Did you see it move as well on your side?
Not significantly, no.
Oh, okay. So?
Like, the blue line doesn't match perfectly, so I think
yeah, that's normal. The blue line never matches when it's mated.
Okay.
As you guys are working this, our thoughts down here is there's some keying in there that it could be caught on. So a couple options are to tap it with the hook, just kind of dislodge that. You can also use an AET to wrap around and pull it.
Do you think the night time would make it easier?
Well, if we haven't got it in 2 minutes, we will find out.
Okay. Okay. So I don't have a red. Yeah, I do have this red. Okay. I'm going to use the AET from my mini workstation.
Yeah, we do think the AET is going to be maybe a good option to try, wrap around and pull it.
Copy. No, I think it's going to be faster to use the AET from here.
And one note, Sophie, when you're pushing, there's kind of two parts in that shell, and if you're right against the kind of the bottom of where the connector, that's the jack that kind of stays there. So make sure you go up a little bit to push on the actual connector.
Okay. So I do have one red to AET that was on the agate handle.
Okay, yeah, we can use that one and wrap it around. Just make sure you're not right at the base. You want to go up from the base so that you're on the actual connector.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the conversation between spacecraft communicator Ann McClain and Sophie Adenot, as well as Anil Menon, referring to the current tasks of demating a series of electrical connectors that have held the space-to-ground antenna in place on its boom on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. This in preparation for the unbolting of a series of 4 bolts holding the antenna on the boom. That will be the final task in removing the failed space-to-ground antenna.
All right, Houston, do you see Anil's Heka?
We do see the Heka. We see a green light, but we don't see his video right now.
Got a little bit of play in it.
No, I mean, look in my Heka, the Heka view. I'm going to show Anil's helmet. And
okay,
there's some play here.
We see the play.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that if you want to keep working the connector.
And it's kind of significantly going to the right.
They're going to look into it. Let's tackle this, and then Ann, please give me a reminder to put the plug back into the J1 place. I have not done that yet. It's on my person.
Copy. We will remind you of that.
All right, let's see if we can tackle this one.
Yeah, I'm just removing the AET from the agate handle, but I don't know why it's stuck right now.
All right, while you do that, I'll put this plug in. All right, the plug's in.
And you guys had mentioned it, but we want to make sure that handle is fully thrown aft, and that you didn't sense any damage or weird sensation when you moved that. Is that correct?
I did not. Aft. Is there any utility to moving it forward again and then aft? But aft, it's full aft over center. No
yeah,
weird
you can try that if you want to verify aft.
Okay, you have one AT, and this it is still attached to the other part, so maybe we can use it like this.
Okay, I'm going to put this waist feather here.
Okay, so let me do it then.
Okay, and for Sophie, for that AET, what we want you to do is wrap it around, not closest to where it connects, but a little bit up. Sort of just below where you check over center, and then you want to try to pull that.
Copy.
And at the same time, Anil, if you want to check side loading, I know it's a smaller cable, but we'll just want to, you know, if we can wiggle it while she pulls, we might be able to dislodge this.
Okay.
So around this place, do you see what I... Okay. I'm in good position. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
See if I can,
Yeah, you do this and I do the...
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, we change this. Maybe it's going to be better for you to take this 2 sides.
Okay, I've got it. Take this. You wanted me to get both sides, I see.
Happy medium, but
Yeah, you take
if you want to
both
go
sides
back down
and
just a little bit.
Look at this.
What?
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I think we need to unlock it from the agate handle there.
Yes, it makes it easier for you.
Yeah.
It is read to me, so we are good.
All right, and Sophie, for the positioning of the AET, if you put it kind of right over the linkage, then that's going to be a good position.
Right over the linkage.
Yeah.
You agree this is right over the linkage?
So close to the blue line? That makes sense.
Yep, we think that's a good position where you're at.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I was just like at the limit of my APFR.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yep.
I would need a GCA to get like my legs into this.
You're still able to pull some force and me too.
I could put about like, I don't know, I feel like that was maybe like 20 foot-pounds.
Yeah. Okay, let me go in another body position like this. It's called the AET.
Okay.
And then we'll try this.
All right, Anil, if you need a GCA to get it better into position, you can work with M1 to get yourself into a better leverage position if needed.
And my one, we're trying one more thing. Okay, I'm going to push against this and pull like this. 1, 2, 3.
All right. I feel like we tried to. I'm going to talk to M1 while you continue to work on that.
We're good with that plan.
Jessica, how copy?
We are with you on one or no?
Okay. So what I'm trying to go is head up about 30 centimeters. That should give me a better leverage position where I can use my legs to put some force into this. I've got very good clearance, body right, and from the agate handle I can lean back a little bit as you do that.
Okay, maybe I can look a little bit as well. I tried again once and it didn't work. I'm going to pose right here.
We copy, Anil. Head up 30 centimeters. We're evaluating.
And Sophie, if you want to cycle the handle, and again, give us any feedback on if you think there's any motion that you wouldn't expect, grinding, or if you just think it's moving smoothly.
And no, brakes are off.
So.
Yeah, you just around.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 23 minutes into today's spacewalk. Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot continue to work with efficiency in the process of removing a failed space-to-ground antenna from its boom on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. This particular antenna began to exhibit crankiness in its ability to gimbal or auto-track NASA's Tracking and Data Relay satellites last November. The situation worsened, prompting flight controllers to swap strings, if you will, commanding paths from the Space-to-Ground 2 antenna, which is the focus of attention that you see in this view, in the bird bath position, as it is called, where it is basically stuck in place, to the Space-to-Ground 1 antenna that is parked right alongside of it on the Z1 truss. In order to maintain full redundancy in the high data rate transmission capability from the station to the ground, we are in the process of removing this failed space-to-ground antenna, and later this afternoon we'll replace it with a spare that resides on a stowage platform of spare parts that exists on the port truss, the port 3 truss of the International Space Station.
Okay, I'm going to do the pry technique as well as you pull.
Okay. You want me to get it?
Yeah.
One thought for the AET, if you hook it back to itself on the D-ring so that instead of two free ends, you form a loop, and then you can put your hand inside of that loop and you may be able to get more leverage on it.
Great idea. I think I put, by the way, I think I put maybe like 40, 50 foot-pounds into it with no joy. And we were also trying to do the remate at some point without trying really hard, but it was difficult to remate, in case that helps.
Okay, we understand difficulty to remate. You can also tap like you would a sticky jar on your counter. You can kind of tap with a ret around the circumference of it. We're obviously still talking some options, but you guys are going to just continue working it.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, we did it!
Yes!
Yay! You just got a whole round of applause. Nice job, you guys. All right, then let's move on. You can now mate that cable to the dummy receptacle.
Copy. I'm just going to reinstall the AET because it's the one from the Agate handle.
Copy, thanks.
That was probably 100 foot-pounds. Just FYI, that was probably like 100 foot-pounds.
You heard applause here in Mission Control and the response by spacecraft communicator Ann McLean with all of the electrical cables having now been demated from the failed space-to-ground antenna.
No FOD, good EMI.
Okay, and we're mostly concerned with the boom side where we'll be putting the cables on. So you're looking at J2.
Yeah, that one's J2's good, holes, pins, no FOD. There is no rubber O-ring in there like there was the other one.
Okay, that's expected. So let's get that cable. Once you got a good inspection, you can connect P5 to J7, the dummy connector, and then the caps on the boom, both boom connectors, please.
Okay, it's in the dummy connector.
No, not yet. We're missing inside here. Yeah, we're missing like 5 millimeters.
And is it okay if we leave it on the dummy connector with like maybe 5mm gap?
Once these caps are placed on the dummy connectors for these electrical cables, Menon and Adenot then will begin the work to release the torque on the 4 bolts that are actually holding the space-to-ground antenna onto its boom. They'll go in slow, deliberate fashion to release the bolts, approximately 8 turns per bolt. And that will fully release the space-to-ground antenna. Menon will haul that antenna over to a temporary parking place and ultimately onto external stowage platform number 3, where the replacement antenna, the spare, currently resides.
Not for the Astros?
What's that?
How many curveballs was that today?
Enough.
Okay, the cap is installed, and I release my rets.
And so, here's another one. I've got a free piece of FOD right here. It is the, quarter turn fastener. It's in my hand.
Okay, understand the quarter turn fastener is in your hand.
Here. I have my trash bag right here.
Okay.
Let's take it and put it in.
All right, it's going in. Gonna do this one carefully.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and yes, we can put that in a trash bag, and whenever you want to, you can also put that O-ring that you had before into a trash bag, and just beware of any sharp edges around where that broke off from.
Okay.
I think the O-ring is enjoying some life on the AET of Anil.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's worth putting into the trash bag.
Yeah, I'll leave it on my AET.
Yes.
Okay, 4 quarter turn fasteners. 4 quarter turn fasteners are on.
Okay, 4 quarter turn fasteners, and then we just need verification that the cap is on the J1 boom connector.
Cap is on J1 boom.
Yes.
Okay, I understand that's a good config for the cables. The next thing we're going to do is to release the torque on the S-gant bolt using the ratchet wrench.
Okay, I'll get in position with my VRT on handrail 4.
Ratchet wrench is in my hand.
Excellent. Reminder on the ratchet wrench and these bolts, you can go in any order to release the torque. We'll go in order to fully release, but you can release the torque less than 1 turn in any order, and this is where we want a slow ramp up of the torque. We don't want any impulses into it, so we need you to be like a nice human PGT and just slowly ramp up your torque to what you need to release the the bolt.
We're going 1 turn?
Less than 1 turn, so as soon as the bolt moves, you'll be good.
Okay.
And just call out, you can either give me forward, aft, port, starboard, or 1, 2, 3, 4 as you do each one. Any order.
I'm starting on the aft. Sophie, watch your hand.
Yep, on my 1.
Quarter turn on the aft. I'm going to put in another quarter.
Copy.
Another quarter turn on the aft, total of 1/2. I'm going to put in another quarter just because it does feel tight.
Okay. We're okay with that on the aft.
There's another quarter turn, so 3/4 turns. I'll stop there.
Copy 3/4 turns on the aft bolt.
I'm going to go the starboard bolt. Sophie, then I'll hand off to you, okay?
Copy. I have good VRT stability.
Sophie, I'm going to take the palm wheel off, interfering.
Okay. Need help?
I think I can do that. I've read it to it. Coming off. Palm wheels off.
And for Anne, I just confirmed that I have no more tether on any of the SCAN side. I'm only tethered to the boom.
Okay, good check. Thank you.
Quarter turn on starboard.
Copy. Quarter turn on starboard. Bolt number 4.
So if are you going to be able to get both of those?
For sure, number 1, and for 3, yes, I'll make it work.
Okay. Quarter turn on starboard for a total of 1. I'm going to put in a little more, and then these are very tight bolts.
Yeah, I see that, but you're putting a lot of force into these.
Okay, I'm going to hand this off to you.
Got it?
Question for you. If I'm going to get that bolt 2, I'm going to need to take out the GCA. Do you want to do both of those bolts, or do you want me to start talking to Jessica now? Both 3, sorry.
Yeah, both 3. I think I'm going to be in good position to try.
Okay, I'll stay here.
Yeah.
And I can see that you guys are using great technique. Just wanted to really make sure on all these bolts that the socket is fully engaged on the bolt head. You guys are doing it right, but just want you guys asking you guys to do an extra check because these are the only bolts we have.
I love the extra advice, Anne. Keep it coming.
It's unexpectedly easy to do.
It could have switched its rotation on the head, perhaps. Like it might be in ratchet lock. You might want to just double check that you're ratcheting.
Yeah. Oh, that was good.
And just pull it towards me for lefty-loosey.
Yep. Yeah.
Actually, I can probably reach it.
Okay.
Need extra.
Yep. All right.
I've got it.
Because my DRT is not enough.
Yeah, I
for that
understand.
older.
I got it.
Yeah. So that's quarter turn.
Okay. Move into my hand. Good night.
Another quarter turn.
Good strength, Sophie.
Okay, we're tracking the half turn.
Yeah.
And another quarter turn, so that was 3/4 turn on bolt 1.
Copy 3/4 on bolt 1.
The one. If there's anything I can do to stabilize you, let me know. I can kind of reach around here.
Okay.
I can hold your suit.
All right.
I can push.
Oh, yeah, get it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, quarter turn.
Nice teamwork, guys.
Second quarter turn. Third. And one more. That's a total of one turn.
Okay. Nice job. I've got...
Well, that was a huge torque.
That controls the ratchet wrench. I'm putting it back.
Copy.
Okay, you guys can stow that ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag. And I'm going to have you set up to do the bolts, but we're discussing some things down here. So just going to get set up to do these bolts. And reminder, we're going to release 3 bolts, and then we're going to get set up to fly this. So bolt 1 is going to be the last bolt. That's the port bolt. But for right now, you can retrieve EV1's PGT. And Anil, you can ret to the SCANT tether point. And once Sophie has Anil's PGT and you're retted, we're just going to hold here for a sec while we're talking.
Copy.
Okay, ratchet wrench is away. I heard ret to the tether point. I'm putting a ret down, Sophie.
As we continue to talk that, we're going to, the recommended bolt order is going to be 3-4-2, so the forward bolt first, forward bolt. So that would be Sophie driving the forward bolt with Anil's PGT, and Anil will be retted to the tether point on the SCANT handle. Don't drive yet.
Okay, I'm
just
currently
get in
retted.
position.
I'm currently retted. Can you give us the PGT settings? I think it's Bravo 4.
Bravo 4, counter 2.
Bravo 4.
Bravo 4, counter 2.
I've got a good body position for bolt number 3. I would like you to send it to me from the forward side.
And we have a go to drive bolts for removal. So when you get into position on bolt number 3 with Bravo 4 counter 2, then we'll be releasing that bolt.
I have control.
You have control.
You prepare the settings.
Yes, Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2 set.
Copy. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 42 minutes into today's spacewalk. Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot are in the process of breaking torque on the 4 bolts holding the failed space-to-ground antenna onto its boom on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station.
You're go to drive, and we'll expect approximately 8 turns.
The crew spent a little bit more time than had been planned in terms of installing locking pins, or gimbal locks as they are called, on the failed antenna so that no inadvertent motion of that antenna dish would occur during its transport to a parking location on the truss of the International Space Station. So we continue on with today's spacewalk, 2 hours, 43 minutes into the 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Okay, Cal Pass, 40 volts. I'm going to reset you to Bravo 4, counter 2. You're on Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2, and I'm passing it back to you.
Yep. And my one, I'm just regenerating again my BRT. Some of it.
Enjoy, I see you on the boat.
Yeah.
I'll help stabilize it here.
I'm trying to move with it.
Okay, I'll help you.
Okay, there was 2 turns. Oh, and it's over torque. Okay. Do you see? Wait, but my okay, my left foot was on the map. Do you see that? Okay.
Just confirm it's still on Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2.
I'm here. I cannot see.
I can see it from here. Okay. Yep. There you go. Okay. I'll help you stabilize.
Yep. Now it's over torque. It's like.
We're releasing it, so maybe
Yeah.
Is it released?
Oh, I see the bolt is still in.
And did you get turns on
Okay,
that?
Bravo 4.
Got 2 turns.
2 turns initially.
Hey, Sophie, I think I might be able to get it from here.
Okay, I'm gonna align this.
Okay.
2 turns.
Let me work on the alignment.
So you should have about 5 or 6 more.
Yeah.
Okay. Dan, it's not overcoming the torque.
Copy that the PGT is not overcoming the torque.
Yeah. And we are definitely on counterclockwise 2.
Okay, we are going to need to grab the ratchet wrench again and try to release that torque.
Copy. Copy.
I will say that when I was doing the ratchet wrench, it did feel like a height.
Yeah, very high. Like it felt like kind of a more 50 than 20.
Even at the 3/4 turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we copy that there was a little bit of a higher running torque than inspected when you were doing the ratchet wrench. Sounds like a little bit of a sticky bolt. We can hit it with the ratchet wrench again. And it may not work with the other bolts still connected, but you might need to do a little bit of a wiggle on the S-scan as we release the bolts if there's any side loading.
Okay. I'm getting in position for the ratchet wrench.
The other option is to go to a different bolt to release and then come back to this one.
All right, we are on this one, so let's do this one. Let's see how it goes, and then let's move on.
Okay, we like that plan.
Yeah, that's a lot of torque. I felt that. I'm going to pull towards me, and then I'll push it towards you, and you finish that.
And you're going to use the ratchet wrench until you feel the bolt kind of loosen up, and then we can go back to the PGT.
Okay, that was another 1/4 turn. Another 1/4 turn. It's still very tight.
Tracking an additional half turn.
Another 1/4 turn, still same level of running torque.
Yeah, do you want me to?
Yeah, you can pull it.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it so that we're kind of efficient from there.
Are you still feeling the same running torque, Sophie?
Okay, I did still the same. I did a half turn. Okay, I'm going to give it to you. You start the 1/4, and I finish the half.
Okay. Still the same running torque at a quarter turn.
We copy.
Do you want us to move on to another bolt, and or do you want us to keep working this one out?
We're checking. You can continue to work while we're checking.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't you just do quarter turns if you have good leverage there?
And we can also go on to a different bolt if this isn't going anywhere.
Oh, it's easier now.
Ratchet wrench is not the easiest to use. If you want to move to a different bolt and try the PGT, you can. That may free this one up a little.
Sophie says it's easier now.
It's easier now.
We probably put another turn into it.
Okay, I did one more turn, and now it's very easy to do.
All right, let's go to the PGT.
Okay.
Sophie.
Okay, I hold the ratchet.
I think you can take this and then just let go of the ratchet, and I'll
Okay. I let go of the ratchet, and I align your PGT in the bolt. We're good.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
I'm going. You're counting.
Yeah.
Felt it release.
It's released. And that was 5 more turns.
Copy. Bolt 3 release with 5 more turns. You can move on to the starboard, bolt 4, closest to Anil.
Okay, starboard bolt 4. I'm worried we might be in the same boat here, but I'll give it a try.
Copy, and we'd end up doing the same process. So I saw you kept the ratchet wrench handy, so good plan.
Yeah, I see the ratchet wrench right here.
Question, Ann, can these bolts be done simultaneously? Because I think the best strategy here is me to go ratchet wrench on bolt 4, and then Sophie to start working on 2.
Yeah, good idea, but unfortunately we cannot do dual bolt ops right now.
Okay, I'm going to go ratchet wrench on bolt 4 then, largely because the PGT doesn't have a good fit.
Okay, I have my visor down.
And it has a high torque.
Yeah, we're good with that plan, Anil. Thanks. For Sophie, while he works that, we're going to be doing bolt 4 and 2, so that's the one closest to him, and then the aft bolt. And then you'll be getting into position using your own PGT to release the bolt number 1. So if you want to think ahead and be ready for those ops.
Yeah, but I was thinking that might be difficult with the PGT. But I'll get the setting ready for the PGT. Might need a ratchet for some start.
And yes, we concur. We'll see how these ones go if we expect to need the ratchet. You guys are doing great. You got lots of family and friends back here watching too, so you're making it look good.
As we approach the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk, Menon and Adenot continue to work in concert with one another on releasing the 4 bolts that are holding the failed space-to-ground antenna in place on its boom. Anil Menon, his feet planted in a portable foot restraint at the end of Canadarm2. And in the foreground, that's Sophie Adenot as they continue to work on the final release of this failed space-to-ground antenna that began to show a degraded capability to track the tracking and data relay satellite system constellation back in November of last year.
I'm still working on this one. It's still pretty high running torque, waiting for that breakthrough moment that you had. I've got
Waiting in the wings is the spare space-to-ground antenna that is currently housed on a stowage platform on the P3 truss of the International Space Station.
We're putting ARED to work.
Oh, yeah.
Sophie,
It's getting a little easier.
Copy. Good news on 4. Sophie, one thing you could look at is on bolt number 2 on the aft. We're not super positive on all the clearances with the PGT to that bolt. If you want to kind of take a look and see what you think, and when we get there, this is why we have things like the ERAD. Hopefully we don't need it, but if you want to just kind of do an evaluation on that bolt.
Yeah, in work.
Another turn into this.
Copy, another turn into 4.
Another turn into 4.
Copy, another turn into 4.
Okay, we'll work with wobble socket on number 3.
Another turn into 4.
Copy.
It's easier now, Anil.
That's easier.
Do you want to give me the ratchet?
Not yet. Another turn into 4. I'm not going to get a good piece. I'm not going to get a good PGT hold, Sophie.
Okay. And I'm just protecting here from your visor.
Just another turn into 4.
We copy?
And 4 is released. You want the ratchet?
Yes.
This is the ratchet.
Copy, bolt 4 released. And so, Sophie, you can work the aft bolt number 2, and this is a good opportunity for Anil to take a look at the view. We just want to, we're just looking at your met rates.
Okay.
And Sophie, as you put torque into that bolt, just try to make sure that that 6-inch, that the wobble socket isn't too broken over.
Okay. Okay, so we're coming the DRT force.
You know, I could do this if I can get my met rates back under control.
Yeah, I mean, I did like a tenth of a turn. Let me just change the orientation. I'll try another one.
Yeah, it might also work sometimes if you put your hand right at the fulcrum at the 90-degree angle where the socket attaches to the ratchet wrench and counter against yourself.
Okay, I did a third of a turn. Okay. Quarter turn. Another quarter turn.
Copy the quarter turns.
Okay. Another quarter turn.
We copy. Good work.
Is the running torque changed at all?
A little bit.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
And I do have a good purchase. If you think my net rate comes back to normal, you can tap me in.
Okay. I'm not sure it's a good idea for me to grab the hit handle at this point, because soon we'll have only one bolt remaining, and not really like that. Okay, I have my hand on handrail 03F. Another quarter turn.
Nice.
And Anil, we just need a few more minutes there in timeout.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have now hit the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk.
Working it.
Anil Menon, EV1, wearing the suit with the red stripes, and Sophie Adenot of the European Space Agency, wearing the unmarked suit, the first French woman ever to conduct a spacewalk. They are in the process of completing the fourth of 4 bolt releases that will free up the failed space-to-ground antenna from its boom on the Z1 truss in the middle of the station's truss structure.
I hope you're counting, because I just announced the quarter turn.
They're counting. They're counting. Keep doing it. All that A-red I see you doing.
Yeah.
Pushing it.
Okay, another house turn. I don't even think that we could try the PGT. It's still very high torque.
Yeah.
The plan currently calls for the failed antenna to be moved ultimately to a stowage location on a spare parts platform on the port truss of the International Space Station. Currently residing on that spare parts platform is the spare S-Gant, the replacement S-Gant that will be installed on that boom that you're looking at to restore full redundancy and functionality to the high data rate communications capability for the International Space Station.
I suspect it is. It would be smart to swap, perhaps.
It's easier now.
When she starts the boat one.
Interesting. Sometimes it's easier and sometimes not. So there was another half turn. I will increment.
And just for you guys, when we do get to the PGT, we've been given a go to Bravo 7, so you will have some higher torque available.
Okay.
Do you want me to try to stick this bolt with Bravo 7 and see if it works?
Yeah, let's do it.
And is it okay if I try that? It's kind of low net rate.
And that was another
Anil,
half
you're back
turn.
in the game if you'd like to assist.
Okay, I'm going to go that Bravo 7.
Yeah, I think it's easier now.
If that does the trick. Yeah, you did all the hard work.
You did it before.
Hey, let me get it.
Yeah, I'm removing the ratchet. Ratchet is stuck.
I got it. There you go.
Okay. Holding the ratchet. Putting in your PGT.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Bravo
Ready?
7, counter 2.
It's working. You count?
Beautiful
Sophie?
sight.
Yep. 3.
You're telling me.
5. I think we're good.
Yep, bolt release.
Oh, that was 4. Okay. The antenna is only on one bolt. And I see it wiggling, so now I know it's time to be super careful.
Yep, so we can, we're going to be using Sophie's PGT for the last bolt. And we're going to make sure this is the one that's going to release the PGT, so we're going to get Anil ready. Your glove and hap check is already knocked out. And you want to ensure a good config before the final release. Double check that your tether is still on the T-handle. You want to make note of your hand position because you're going to reinstall in the same position.
Do we do with the ratchet? Should I start with the ratchet?
Put the ratchet away or leave it out?
If you think you need to start with a ratchet on that bolt, you can. We did break the torque, and it may have less side loading because the other 3 are released. But that is, if you want to test the ratchet and see how it feels, you can.
Why don't you test the ratchet first, Sophie?
Yeah.
And then I'm
going to
Can you
hand over
stabilize
on
the
the other side.
antenna?
Okay.
Can you stabilize the antenna? Because
Stable.
oh, right. Oh, you really need to be careful because I see the side loading is going to be huge.
Are you here?
No.
Are you pulling it towards me, Lefty Lucy?
Distance. Don't know why.
Back with you on comm and just waiting video.
Uh-huh.
And Anil, once you're in a good position and you're confident with your positioning on the S-Gant, you can give Sophie the go to release that bolt fully.
Okay. She's testing the ratchet.
It's huge.
Huge amount of torque.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've got a good grip on this.
Wait.
What kind of movements on the S-Gant will alleviate things for Sophie?
Okay, quarter turn. Just need to see, can you see the gap between the boom and the S-Gant?
I can see the gap.
Okay, so make sure this is 0.
Okay.
Quarter turn. Okay, another quarter turn. Let's try with a PGT. Maybe
Yeah, dude.
doesn't feel that bad.
Okay. Can you stabilize the S-Gant so I can put the ratchet wrench away?
Yes, and my 1. To get in good position.
You can let go of the ratchet wrench.
Okay.
You can let go of it.
Okay. Why don't we just leave it like this? Because I just want to try. It might not work with a PGT.
Okay. But I'm going to have to put it away at some point.
It's true.
You can put it on my MWF. If you can just stabilize this.
Okay, I stabilize this.
Okay, ratchet wrench is going to go on. Okay, so my MWF. All right, I've got control of the S-Gant.
You got control of the S-Gant, copy.
Your goal for bolt 1.
Ground concurs. Standby 1 with a bolt drive.
Copy, standing by.
All right, some big picture words for you guys. First of all, Sophie, I'm going to give you a task to work while I talk to you. So we're going to have you remove the MUT ball stack MUT and the scoop from the aft gimbal lock.
Copy.
Okay, while you work that, we're looking at times. You guys are currently just over 3 hours of PET. We're going to go directly to a long-duration tie-down of this S-Gant on the Z1 truss. So we're going to remove that MUT ball stack MUT and the scoop, and we're going to take it back to the medium ORU bag, and you can retrieve the long-duration tie-down tethers at the time. For Anil, we're wondering how you're feeling in the APFR, if after the handoff you think you'd be able to get in and out of the APFR easily to assist with Sophie. And if not, you may not be able to have that full assessment until we get you in the right position. But what we're thinking is we could do a 2-person tie down, which may be a little bit quicker. Or we've also tested it as a single-person tie down, and we think Sophie can do it solo if you don't think get in and out of the arm.
I say we do the 2-person. I feel like APFR ninja at this point.
Okay, we'll have Robo come up with the swiftest plan to get you towards structure. And in the meantime, we'll have you stow that MUT ball stack MUT, and then you may want to pre-position that medium ORU bag in a spot that you can grab the long-duration tie-down tethers. Then we'll have you go back up and do the port bolt, and then we'll do the handoff as planned, and then we'll do the long-duration tie-down tether.
Appeal, I'm working on the MUT ball stack MUT.
And Anil, what we think you're going to end up doing after handoff is that you'll be coming down the boom. So if you picture that the agate or the S-Gant wasn't there, do you think you have a good access to get in and off of the arm?
The agate wasn't there. Yeah, I think I need to go straight to the handle that Sophie's currently on, stay away from the waveguide and box. And then there's a handle right under that. Yeah, I think I can work my way down.
Okay, we will work that after we get this handoff. If you prefer to take off the scoop after the handoff down on Z1, you can. We think taking it off right now is going to make the handoff and the tie down easier, but we will take your suggestion if you think something different.
Your call, Sophie.
Let me assess.
What are you thinking, Sophie?
Yeah, need you to stabilize the S-Gant right now. I think it's going to be better to remove the scoop now.
Okay.
I need to stabilize the S-Gant because I see it moving with only one bolt.
It's stable.
Okay. I see a gap here.
And you guys are working great together. So I know it wasn't what we wanted to go do this tie down, but we shall have a chance to get the good S-Gant up there. So that is now the goal. So let's get this tie down knocked out as quick as it can. Sometimes an NVGL just eats your lunch, and that's what it did today. But we'll get this tie down, and then let's see if we can't get Cronus a good KU antenna with the new one.
Copy, Ann. Appreciate the big picture words.
Okay, I'm going down the boom. The modal segment is...
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk. Just to recap the conversations between spacecraft communicator Ann McClain and the two spacewalkers, Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot. The current plan is once this final bolt holding the failed space-to-ground antenna in place that you see in this view, once that final bolt is released, this antenna will be removed from its boom, and it, instead of being transported back to the external stowage platform number 3 for a permanent installation, we now plan to do a long-duration tie-down, as it is called, using a series of tethers to tie the dish down and conserve time, since we're running behind the timeline at this point. The crew had been working right on the timeline until it ran into a series of slight delays with both the removal of electrical connectors from the failed dish, as well as the usual stubbornness of some of the bolts that are prone to being a bit bulky in thermal expansion and contraction conditions in the void of space. So we plan to remove this failed dish. That's the one on the left. The one on the right is SGANT number 1. That's the space-to-ground antenna that is functional and serving as the prime focus of communications capability, high data rate communications for the International Space Station. We're going to continue to press ahead in the hope of getting the replacement or spare space-to-ground antenna off of its location on ESP3, the external stowage platform number 3, on the Port 3 truss of the International Space Station, and getting it installed, as Ann McClain pointed out to the crew just a moment ago, so that we have full redundancy on high data rate communications capability from the International Space Station.
So you can head up and get in position for the port bolt number 1.
Okay, getting back up for port bolt number 1.
She's good for Bravo 7 there.
Yeah.
And we concur, Bravo 7 counter 2 with Sophie's PGT that has a 2-inch rigid.
Yeah, let me just put my PRT down. Okay, pulling my VRT to my PTT.
Copy.
Checking the settings.
Yep, and just doing a Bravo 7 counter 2.
Please. Bravo 7 counter 2. Set.
All right, and on Anil's go, you can release that bolt.
Get my go, Sophie.
Okay. Need to change body position.
See if you can move
Yeah, up.
more my way.
Yeah.
There you go. Have better leverage. Get seated.
Seated as well. Okay, now she's...
Face nice and hard. I saw it turn.
Yep. One turn. I need to re-presurize my VOT again.
Take your shoulders joints too, just to be sure.
Did you say?
Good job working that
Your
position,
shoulder
so
joint.
just remember Bravo 7 could come with a kick, although you're releasing, so it should be pretty nominal, hopefully.
So like a quarter turn, like quarter turn.
And you may be able to wiggle a little bit, Anil, if there's some side loading.
Okay. And
Oh, we're talking. Okay. I do like tenths of a turn at a time. So it's over talking.
and
Yeah, so I think I need to take the ratchet wrench.
let's see if I can just flatten it again one more time, just so I can see if maybe this helps.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, I see the gap in the threading.
Yeah, okay. Is that turning at all?
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, the two spacewalkers, Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot, continue to complete the steps to release the failed ESCANT, the failed space-to-ground antenna, from its boom on the D1 truss of the International Space Station. The current plan is, once that boom is freed from the antenna itself, the antenna then will be tied down on the truss itself rather than moved to a permanent stowage location. That will conserve time, since the crew took longer than expected in bolt and connector demating operations earlier in today's spacewalk. We are pressing ahead with every intention of removing the spare space-to-ground antenna from a stowage platform on the port 3 truss of the station and bringing it to that boom for its installation and the electrical and data connection hookup.
And we're not seeing the socket move. We recommend going back to the ratchet wrench.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Anil, standby 1, I'm starting my PGT.
You're starting your PGT. And am I good to just get the ratchet wrench with this one bolt and we both let go of the ESCANT?
Yes, with the bolt partially installed and you have a ret attached, so you're go to grab the ratchet wrench. Thanks for asking.
Sophie, so here's the plan. You're going to ret to this thing, then release my ret back to me, okay?
My one, copy. Okay, PGT code.
Throw a ret on it.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I can grab my ret.
Okay, I'm sending this back to you.
Okay. The ret is off. It's your ratchet wrench.
Copy.
Let me just put this stuff away, and I'll be see you in a moment.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got my hands on the F-scan, and you are go to start on the bolt.
Copy.
I see it turning.
Okay, that was quarter turn. So another quarter turn. It's really overcoming the DRT, so I'm doing my best here, but
Doing great, Sophie. See it turning, that's the goal.
okay, we got it.
Nicely done, Sophie. We like that bolt moving. Here comes an S-scan.
Okay, Anil, you got it.
I've got it. I've got a good hold on it.
Okay, and I have no red attached to it, so I'm good.
I've got a red attached to the T-handle by me.
Okay, I'm going to finish with hand, if you don't mind. Be quicker.
By all means. I think you can get the PGT quickly as well. You could consider that.
Yeah, I would. You're right.
I put the ratchet on my MWS. It's a quick stow location if you need.
Yeah. Okay, I've got the ratchet wrench on my MWS and retrieving the PGT. Okay, you still have good control?
Good control.
Copy.
You're turning.
Turning. Okay,
Cleared out.
false release.
See it release.
Copy,
Okay, you
Bolt
ready?
release.
I'm ready.
Removing the PGT.
I think you can put your PGT away if you want.
Yeah.
Yep, and so for Sophie, we're going to have you put your PGT away, and then we're going to get a glove and hap check. I'm going to give you some steps to work while Anil takes the comm to remove the SCANT and get down to the handoff position. So you're going to be translating down to the Z1 SCANT temp stow location, stopping at the medium ORU bag on your way and retrieving a long-duration tie-down tether. If you want to take the first tie-down tether, it's going to go to the port side of handrail 6050, and then you can get the other tie-down tether and get in the starboard handoff position.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're at the 3.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk. The failed space-to-ground antenna is now free of its boom and will soon be removed from the boom itself and be brought to a nearby location to be tied down with a series of tethers. This will be an interim parking place for the failed antenna, thus conserving time for the rest of today's spacewalk.
So it'll come off easily.
It's a good time to observe so that we really understand the waveguides.
Was there more, Sophie?
Right? Want me to release?
No, I got it.
You got it, yeah.
Jessica, how copy?
We've got you loud and clear. We're in sync with you. And are you ready for the GCA to the published handoff position?
I'm ready for the GCA to the published. Almost. I'm going to get it off of these pins first.
Yeah, I see the pins here. It's, okay. So rotate towards, forward. You're towards your feet. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I've got it.
You got it?
Free, and Jessica, I'm ready for that GCA.
Copy. We're getting set up for that. Brakes are coming off.
Copy off.
Nil, this is going to be that 3-part series. We're going to take you body out, followed by body left, followed by body in, and then we'll be taking you to your egress position.
Anil, copy. Go. At my go.
All right, Anil, you're going to be coming body out, starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I've got it clear of the boom and very stable. Feel very comfortable with it now.
Sophie, you're going to translate to the medium ORU bag and retrieve 2 long-duration tie-down tethers.
Work.
Really good clearances here. Jessica, clearly getting better. I've got good control of the scan.
Copy and concur. All clearances are improving. Now starting motion, body left. 3, 2, 1.
Body left, and I'm watching the dish, keeping it clear of the boom. I'm putting a little lean back in. I've got primary eyes on clearances on this side. I've got a good meter dish to boom.
Nil starting motion, body in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, and I'm going to keep clearances from Sophie here. Sophie, I've got eyes on you.
Okay.
Keeping the dish in position for a handoff. I'm right off your right shoulder, Sophie. I got a meter distance from you.
Okay.
And for Sophie, if you're able to move to the nadir side of that handrail, that'll allow Anil to get in a little bit more. If you can slide down to the bottom of handrail 2.
Can work.
And I'm deconflicting with my body movement, and I think I've got good clearance of about a meter.
Copy, and good work.
No, this is the published handoff position.
Published, okay. Let's hold here for a second and see where Sophie lines up. I'm not, essentially not done yet. So let's stop GTA. Give comm back to people, and then I might re-hack this when she gets set up.
Okay, reminder, this is the one that we are not putting the brakes on, so we will stop GCA for now, but we do have additional clearance we can give you if you need it.
Copy.
Okay, and for Sophie, we'll just be retrieving those 2 long-duration tie-down tethers and moving to the base of Z1. And between the 2 of you, just please maintain RET awareness on the S-scan as we hand it off. The final tie-down is with long-duration tie-down tethers, but in order to get it from Anil to Sophie, we probably don't need to do a RET swap.
Copy, RET swap.
I also need to do a RET swap from the... I'm just checking the number of RETs that I have. One is taken for the ratchet wrench right now, which was not initially planned. So I'm just retrieving 1 long-duration tether right now, right? Correct?
You will want to retrieve both of them.
Both of them. Copy.
If you need an additional wrench, you could always move the ratchet wrench onto an AET.
I think I'm good because I'm going to put because we have 2 hooks on the LVTD, I'm going to put 1 hook on my mini workstation.
Okay, copy.
For Robo, Ann, and Jessica, a future egress position is potentially just body in, maybe a meter.
Yeah, Neil, we can tell you what Robo had planned for you. It was coming body right and then going body in, and we think that would bring you to the handrail that we were talking about on the boom.
Gotcha. Would a body in from here cause a conflict with the other things you're avoiding, like SASA, et cetera?
No, we don't. I don't think so. This had you coming body in to about by like up to 300 centimeters, so that would be another 1.5 meters.
Yeah.
And then you can have the right as well if you needed to get down to that handrail.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is the body right just brings me up Venus when I'm trying to go nadir, and so we could omit that and save time.
We believe that will work. We will verify.
Okay, 1 is retrieved and is on my mini workstation, working on the second one.
Copy. And just a reminder, as you ret to those, you want to ret to the D-ring on those so that the hooks are free for when we go to install.
Yeah. I'll do the rets after. For now, I just put them on my mini workstation if it's okay for you, because I'm afraid I don't have enough rets.
Copy. And reminder, another option you can use is you can take a long duration tie-down tether hook, and you can hook that directly to one of your wing tabs on your mini workstation and not use a ret at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now with the first one.
And Anil, we do want to bring you body right first because of the clearance from the tip boom with the SASA. And I also think you're at a little bit of an angle, maybe more than you realize, the way the arm is configured. I think that bringing you body right and then in will get you to that handrail.
All right, that works for me.
Okay, copy. We can try it, and then we can always get you where you need if that is not the right position.
I am guessing for this handoff, I would benefit from some body in 30 to 50 centimeters. Can you do a little quick analysis of that while we're waiting?
I can tell you that we can definitely give you at least 25.
Okay. And Ann, if there is comm bandwidth and it doesn't distract down there on the ground, can you give like a little verbal layout of how these long duration tie down tethers go? I know you said the cup page, but just so I have a mental picture.
Yes, absolutely. We have a handover in 20 seconds, and on the other side, I will give you that that overview. If you're looking at the picture, I will talk you through that picture.
I won't be able to see the picture. I got my hands full.
Okay, I'll be able to describe it to you, Anil.
Handle and see if I can get this all the way to you without GCA. If that doesn't work, I'll ask for additional GCA.
Okay.
Okay, we are back with you on comm, not on video yet, so we can't see where you're at. So, Sophie, if you're ready for your net 6, just call them out. Otherwise, I'll talk you through what this tie-down is going to look like.
Translating, so I think we got some bandwidth here.
Okay, awesome. Sophie, as you go to translate down, we want you to be on the starboard side. This is where you're going to position yourself on your left shoulder as if you're laying on the trunnion pin. And then your right arm is going to be the one that's going to come up and grab the escant from Anil. The dish is going to be facing aft, so you want to get yourself in a good position. And Anil, when you get off, we're going to have you on the port side of that. So Sophie, I'm going to have you set up on the starboard side. So keep both long-duration tie-down tethers with you. Get on the starboard side on your left shoulder on the trunnion pin.
Copy, in work. So try to have a clever plan for tethering myself. I'm going to put this here.
The sun's going down when you're set for your visor. Actually, Jessica, I have a feeling I'm going to be able to get this to Sophie without GCA.
Okay, we copy. Yeah, we see you kind of maneuvering it a little bit, and it won't be a big deal to give you that little bit extra if you need it, so don't hesitate to ask if you need it.
And Sophie, as you get set up in position, don't worry too much about the configuration of the long-duration tie-down tethers quite yet. Once Anil gets down there and we have both hands on them, we will work those. What you do probably want to grab is a RET from your mini workstation to be able to RET to the S-scan for handoff.
Copy. Hey, local down.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 45 minutes into our spacewalk today. Just to recap where we're at, the spacewalk began at 7:29 a.m. Central Time, 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time. The objective was to remove a failed space-to-ground antenna from the location point at the Z1 truss on the International Space Station, the center of the truss structure. It began to exhibit degraded performance back in November of last year, and its swiveling or gimbling capability was reduced so significantly that we had to move to a backup antenna. They come in pairs. They reside side by side on the Z1 truss. The antenna in question has now been removed from its boom. That's SCANT number 2. SCANT number 1 remains an operational antenna to provide high data rate communications capability from the station to ground controllers throughout the world. The two spacewalkers today, Anil Menon of NASA and ESA's Sophie Adenot, began the spacewalk working per the timeline, but ran into some difficulty loosening up bolts and electrical connectors along the way and fell behind on the timeline. So to try to create time efficiencies, the flight control team here, under the direction of Flight Director Chris Dobbins, elected to tie down, they call it a long-duration tie-down procedure, using a series of tethers to tie down the failed space-to-ground antenna to the truss on the International Space Station rather than spend the time to transport it all the way back to a flight support equipment stowage platform on the Port 3 truss of the complex.
You the one by your left hand there.
With that in mind, we are continuing to press ahead with a plan to remove the spare space-to-ground antenna that does reside on a spare parts platform on the P3 truss and bring it over to the now empty boom on the Z1 truss, install it, and see how far we get in the timeline before we determine whether or not we can complete all of the work associated with the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna. Time will tell. We're at the 3-hour, 47-minute mark, with the flight control team continuing to press ahead with the current plan of tying down the failed space-to-ground antenna onto the truss of the station.
Use my legs as leverage, not up on the triangle, but kind of sideways.
If you can stay there, I can get you this S-scan.
Yeah, but how am I mean, I'm not stable right there, so it's not going to work.
I agree. It looks a little tricky. That's why I was thinking if you can use that handrail by your left cheek.
Yeah.
To do a end effector, base tether, and then just BRT anywhere that will keep you stable.
Yeah. I need to be BRT.
Yeah, and the other if you can't, it's kind of an awkward angle to get the BRT on 6051 sometimes, but your stability is really going to come with your left hand on 6051 and your right hand up toward the S-scan. You'll be able to get a good purchase on 6051 if you can kind of turn a little bit, and then you'll kind of have your hand on that handrail the whole time during handoff, and then hold it until Anil gets down to assist with the tethers. And again, with your right hand, though, you're going to want to have a RET in your hand to reach up to RET to it.
Yeah, the red is already on it, so we're good. But I think we made a mistake of taking the metal segment on just to help stabilize. So I'm working on my VRT right now to be able to hold the position. Maybe this one.
Okay, and you don't have to be able to get it into a perfect position. If you can, if Anil can hand off the S-scan and then reposition, even if he hands you a T-handle, you could hold a T-handle and just hold it stable with one hand on a handrail and your right hand on a T-handle until Anil gets in position to be able to, it might take all four hands to get it fully down in position.
Yeah, so this is what I'm...
Break, Sophie, can you double check to see if that ret that you've attached to the T-handle is locked or unlocked? I feel like it might be locked.
Oh, that's a good point. It just locked on against the structure. All right, so now I think I'm in a good position now. I have good hand on this trunnion thing. The ret is unlocked. And so I'm going to be able to use the T-handle here. Is that what we want, Fred?
Yeah, like there's the T-handle.
Yeah, wait a second. The red is... And then you come after right away. Is that correct?
And I'm coming, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have control of it?
I have control.
I'm releasing my ret.
Copy.
Really nicely done on the handoff in good position, Sophie. If you're stable there, then we'll hand Anil the comms to talk to the crew inside and get in a position for egress.
Okay, Sophie, you have full control of this. Do you want me to help you move this a little bit? Or do you want to just keep it there?
Keep it there.
Okay, Jessica, how copy?
Got you loud and clear, Anil. This first motion is going to be body right. And can you verify that the antenna itself is clear enough from you for that?
I'm clear for body right, and I can gently touch the antenna to ensure it's clear.
Okay, copy. Okay, we're starting motion body right in 3, 2, 1.
See motion, and it's good motion, and I've got clearance from the antenna. Sophie, good job keeping it stable.
Yeah.
All right, Anil, now we're going to start that motion body in.
Wait
in 3, 2, 1.
Stop 1 second.
Stopping motion.
Sophie, if I go body in, I'm going to hit this antenna. Are you able to bring it towards you?
Like this? I think it's the limit because otherwise I'm close to the trunnion pin right now.
Okay. Jessica, can we go body right 20 more centimeters?
Stand by. All right, Anil, we'll bring you body right 20 more centimeters. 3, 2, 1.
Good motion, good motion. It's going to give me clearances. Okay, Jessica, that's enough. We can go body forward.
I don't know. We can come in up to 1.5 meters. Do you have an estimate, or do you want to call the stop?
I will go 3, 2, 1 ramp out if I feel like we're close enough, but let's do the whole 1.5 meters. I think we might need it.
Okay, we copy. Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I've got clearances from the antenna. I got good clearances from the antenna, but I'm watching my crew lock bag as well. Ian, you're clearing the antenna now.
I'm sorry, I cannot help with clearances.
It's okay, you're doing great.
Half a meter remaining.
See, my crew lock bag is clear of the antenna. Ramp out in 3, 2, 1, ramp out.
Okay, we've stopped motion.
Stop GCA. GCA complete.
All right, copy, GCA complete. So you ready for us to put brakes on so you can egress?
Ready for brakes on and egress.
Brakes are on, you go for egress.
Go for egress.
Okay, nice job. Sophie, nice job keeping the S-cant still. For Anil, you're going to be egressing and coming down the boom. As you come down the boom, a good position might be to go heads nadir and then go down handrail 2, which is the aft handrail, the long handrail. And then I'll talk you on to a good position when you get down there. But generally, you're going to stay port of the S-cant.
Said head nadir. You want me to go head nadir?
Yeah, I think as you move in position.
Did I copy that?
Yeah, I think as you move into position, obviously you decide, but as you move into position, if you go head nadir and come straight down the boom, the short handrails 3 and 4 where you're egressing, then you're going to go down handrail 2, which is on the aft side, and then we're going to walk you all the way down to Z1 into a position on the port side of the S-cant.
Stand by. The antenna is moving. Anil, are you still ready?
I am not ready. I think it's possible to head nadir. I put my crew lock bag into it.
Okay, but now it's just becoming like tougher to control. So just try to be as close as you can to the boom.
Yep, and Anil, if you need to reposition back and check what's coming in contact, you can also move over to the port side of the boom and try coming down on that side.
Oh, I see. I think it was your crew lock bag.
Yeah, I think it was the crew lock bag.
Okay.
I think I just have to go feet nadir to avoid it. And I'm repositioning a little more aft. Slowly.
All right, nice job on getting off the arm there,
I've
Neil.
got good eyes on everything.
And I see your feet coming down. If you put your feet just forward, you're going to be staring at handrail 6058. That's a good one to hold on to. 6051 to orient you, or sorry, 6050 is the one that's pointing direct aft. That's where one of the long-duration tie-down tethers are going to go. We're going to do this tie-down very deliberately. As you know, when we do these tie-downs, we don't know if it's going to be weeks, months, or years. And so the biggest thing is we need to make sure that this is in a safe config. So if you can both be very deliberate on where things are going and calling out any issues that you see. Also be aware that Anil's tether is in a very non-standard config, so not something that we're used to. Make sure that we're not tacking him down alongside the S-cant.
Right now I see your real Anil going on your right shoulder.
That's it, Sophie.
Okay.
And Anil, if you need to do a rich man's fair lead onto the boom, that might keep it clear of the S-cant, but your call.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Or if you want to do a 4-man fair lead, you see on your left shoulder there is VH36, and then right.
I got it. Fixed right now.
Well, you are at yeah. So break, go for it.
All right, Anil, that's a good handrail to come down on.
Again.
Okay, so as you get into position, you're going to have a lot of room to just kind of keep your feet on the port side. Just take a double check of your crew lock bag, make sure that's not going to get in the way. I'll talk you through the tethers one by one, but big picture, we're going to have the dish is going to be facing aft. We're going to put one tether is going to go from Anil to Sophie wrapped around a handrail and back to Anil to clip, and then we're going to put a second long-duration tie-down tether down by the agate handrails. So for Anil, when you're ready to get into a position, I'm going to have you holding on to handrail 6050, which is the aft-facing handrail that's just over the lip to your right side.
In front of my eyes.
Okay, I see it. Going down there, I'm gonna...
Yeah.
I need to relocate my...
Yeah, and we need to have a plan for...
This is Mission Control Houston. We have now reached the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot. They are in the process of conducting what is called a long-duration tie-down of the failed space-to-ground antenna that was removed from its boom on the Z1 truss a short time ago. This will ensure that the failed antenna is in a safe configuration for some period of time until it can be dispositioned to be installed on a stowage platform on the Port 3 truss of the International Space Station. Meanwhile, flight controllers here under the direction of Chris Dobbins currently evaluating the time remaining in today's spacewalk in order to determine whether or not we address the spare space-to-ground antenna and whether time permits its installation into the now empty boom on the Z1 truss.
Over the edge is 6050.
Yeah, I got 6050.
Phenomenal. Right in front of you, there's a long-duration tie-down tether on Sophie's MWS. We need to grab one hook of either of those, and that hook is going to go to the wine glass stanchion on your side, Anil, of that 6050.
All right. So if I could give you some advice, take the one that is attached to the hook, like the one that is closest to the trunnion.
I'm going to take them. You want me to take this one?
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
And I'm not sure exactly how they're daisy chained, but if you end up with both, Anil, that's fine. You guys are going to be in the same place when you use the second one.
So he has one hook.
Okay.
Yeah, so you need to put it on your right.
I'm going for that right now.
Yeah.
Yep, or the other thing you can do is release. We're going to end up using probably a VMAX pole of this long-duration tie-down tether, so if you want to just right now undo that wire tie and release all the slack on that long-duration tie-down tether and then put the other hook on the port stanchion, that works too.
I'd rather give some leeway between Anil and I, just because with the antenna it's kind of tricky.
Okay, yep, however you guys like to do it.
Up.
Right, and I'm about 5 seconds away from having that long duration tie down tether. That wine glass extension on 6050 is on now.
All right, nice job. Now you can just kind of tend that out of the way, and the next thing you guys are going to work together to get the SGANT antenna faced aft. Take a good look at your tools and tethers and make sure that there's nothing in the way. and you're going to lay down that S-GANT antenna, and then what's going to happen, we're going to hold it right against Z1, and Anil, the tether, the long-duration tie-down tether on your side, we're going to pass it over to Sophie. She's going to wrap it around 6051, and she's going to pass it back to you, and you're going to hook it back to that same stanchion or to itself.
I should start loosening it now so I could pass it to her then. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's a good plan, because then once I give you the antenna, then you're going to stabilize the antenna.
Okay, you should be able to pull that and it'll just come loose.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. All right.
But you need to put your base tether and effector and more port of this stanchion. That, like, you're sure you're always saying port.
I've got an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Anil, you may lose access to 6050 once we move the antenna. Now, we can always move the antenna and grab it if you need to, but there is a handrail that should be by your right quad, which is handrail 6058 that you might be able to use.
Okay, I think I'll relocate some air. That gives me a port movement plane. I'll be there in 1 sec, Sophie.
Yeah, no worries. Once I give you the antenna, I'm going to take a second to adjust my TCV. Yeah, that's great. Great location.
All right.
Maybe the other one to the VH36, the end effector, which is the small one on your left hand. Job?
I'm going to put it, see, the antenna's going exactly my way, so I'm going to move right here. I think I'm going no end effector, and we'll just, you can pass it to the some point. Maybe I'll put it right here.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
All right, and Anil, I do recommend at this time to take off that wire tie and open up the long-duration tie-down tether and release all that slack.
Wire tie is off, and slack is now released.
I see it. Nice job. And at this point, you guys can talk to each other to get the S-GAN into the tie-down position. Cuff page 10 is basically it, but we're going to lay it as flat to Z1 as we can. And the one thing is that rears, that box right below the T-handles, the rears is also going to be just aft of Z1, and that'll enable the gimbals to be kind of flat on Z1 for the long-duration tie-down tethers.
Copy that. That makes sense to me. I got to get a hold of it, Sophie, and we've got to rotate it this way.
Rotate it, and how, like, what's the plan? So the idea would be that you reach the other key handle.
I think I could go low here, and by low I mean nadir. And then if I can get the T handle, I can stabilize and you can guide so we don't hit anything. I have control.
You have control.
Okay.
And now I'm going to help rotate this.
I think this is working.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All you have to do is push that agate handle towards the boom.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should be wedded to this right now. You're tugging on it.
Yeah. But it's going to be better because we will rotate this thing. So.
You don't necessarily have to rotate it, do you?
Well, we will, because it has to go dish facing you, basically, right now. Let me remove my DRT. Give me a sec.
Sorry, when you said rotate, I thought you meant turn it around to dish axis. Yeah, I'm on the same page as you. The dish needs to go aft.
Yeah. So I'm going to take care of the exit handle.
You might want to...
Okay.
You might want to do a ret swap and put a ret at the exit handle so you're at that end.
Yeah.
And I can release you at this end.
I was going to use the AET from the exit handle, if I can, I need to rotate it further.
Okay. Your end effector might be limiting your motion.
Yep. Let me just... All right.
Yeah, nice job working together on this one. Once it moves a little bit aft, as soon as the rears pokes over the aft side of Z1, then it's going to be in a good position.
I need to have it towards you because right now I cannot even touch the, make the...
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 11 minutes into today's spacewalk. Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot continue to work with each other to complete the long-duration tie-down of the failed space-to-ground antenna that was removed from its boom on the Z1 truss a short time ago. The time required to demate electrical connectors and to undo bolts holding this antenna in place on the Z1 truss will now prevent any ability to take the spare space-to-ground antenna out of its stowage platform on the P3 truss of the station and install it during today's spacewalk. We simply ran too far behind in the timeline to enable time available to complete the installation today, at least, of the spare space-to-ground antenna. How we proceed downstream in prioritizing the tasks associated with next Tuesday's spacewalk and whether or not the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna becomes part of next Tuesday's spacewalk activities, yet to be determined.
Yeah, it has a ratchet. It has a working tab right now.
Okay, in that case, you can release your ret from that. That's a legal spot for your ratchet without a tether.
Wait, I have my VRT, sorry, ret. So I'm going to use my VRT ret, even easier. But okay. I have a local, but I am very unstable where I am, so... Right.
Doing great, Phil.
Yeah.
And you guys are doing great. I know this is a little bit of a new work site and a weird config, but keep working through it. We're very close to getting this tied down. Ground is happy with the work you're doing, so just keep marching forward.
And well, Sophie's working that. I'll just give you what I think my plan is to get this dish facing aft. It's to rotate the agate handle towards the boom, and then I think I can go body nadir to get this dish in the rear part of it past the aft part of G1, and I think I can do that all from this particular position.
All right.
Got it?
I've got a ret which is on the AET of the agate handle. Is that good enough?
I think it is to show the end.
Okay.
Good problem solving on that one.
So now I'm gonna
release your ret.
Yeah, standby one. I need to unlock it. It is unlocked, and I'm ready to receive it.
Coming.
Got it. Okay.
All right, if you're squared away, what we're going to do is move that boom, the agate handle zenith and port.
Copy. Zenith and port. I'm in march.
That's the right direction. Good direction. A little port. That thing port. There you go. Good direction. Now we just need to lay it flat. I'm going to get out of the way here. And the rear is past the aft side of
and
V1.
For orientation,
so all I need to do is get out of the way.
The one thing that matters is that the gimbal locks are, either one of them is faced zenith up.
Okay, I'm holding the agate handle, and that you're moving Anil. I see you're clear of the T handle. So with your, yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Great job, Anil.
Awesome. Now I can hold it in place stably while you put those long duration tie down tethers on, okay?
Yes.
All right.
So I have
for the
one
first tether, we
end
like that
here.
position. Nicely done. If Anil, if you can take the tether that's on your side of 6050 and pass it over the S-gant to Sophie. The one thing is that we need to make sure that the long-duration tie-down tether is routed in between the gimbal lock bolts.
So I'm sending it to you. You see this hook that is coming? 1, 2, 3.
And coming into a handover.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. See it coming, Anil?
I see it coming.
Okay.
But I've got a hand on the S-gant. You got that? I'm going to relocate my end effector, okay?
Copy. This one is a good spot.
And we're back with you after handover.
See?
And can you guys give us some words on where the long-duration tie-down tether is router, what you guys are working right now?
You give her those words and I'll get my end effector.
Yeah, sure. So right now, Anil is just repositioning that he can give me this long duration tie down. And for now, there's no long duration tie down. It is only stabilized by my hands and the red that is on my mini workstation. That's all we got for now.
Okay, and I'm seeing bolts, Fox, and Gulf. They look like they're facing you. When you do the long duration tie down tethers, just make sure that those are facing zenith. Either one of them can be facing zenith.
Copy. Fox and Gulf facing zenith. That's the plan because it's the only one. It would be like slick on the.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that one. It could be the one on the other side. We just need a gimbal lock facing zenith.
Yep, that's going to be the case.
Okay, I've got the long duration tie down tether. I'm in a good position.
Yeah.
Sophie, I was working, so I didn't track all that, but just tell me what to do next.
So now I need you to hold the T handle, the T bar, or the rear plate.
Okay, I've got the T handle.
Yeah. And also send me your long duration tie down, and I'm going to put around 6051.
When you say my long duration tie down tether, do you mean
the one that you have in your, like, close to your helmet?
Yeah, so in the tether that you have on your side on 6050, it's got to go over the S-scant. The strap needs to go in between gimbal lock bolts. Then Sophie's just going to loop it around 6051 and hand it back to you. And then you'll need to clip it either to the wine glass stanchion on 6050, or you can clip it to the D-ring on itself.
Okay. Sophie, that?
It's in work.
Okay.
Okay, it is right now looped around 6051. Or some twists on the cape on the long duration tie down, but does it reach?
Yes, it will reach. Yep, it should reach all the way back as long as it's all the way released. It'll reach back, and you may need to kind of move the S-scant so that it can fully reach. Twists are okay. The one thing you want to think about is if you're twisting next to where we're going to tighten it, you don't want to get a twist into the actual mechanism of the long duration tie down tether.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so now we need to put both straps above Fox and Gulf.
Yeah, I'm supposed to put this on the handrail, though, right?
Yeah, it can go back to the handrail, or it can go back to itself.
Itself. The hook, but there is not enough.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I see why. Because it was looped around once. See that?
Okay, maybe take a look under the S-scant to see if it's caught on something, and make sure that the full rears is aft of the Z1 platform.
Full rears is aft. And long duration tie down tether is fully loose.
Yeah, that's better. I can give you more. The one thing is that we want to be above Fox and Gulf.
One of the wire ties is in a...
Yep. So you guys mentioned that the rears was aft of the Z1 platform. Make sure that it's not very aft. Like the rear should almost be up against 6050 on the aft side of Z1.
Yeah. It is on the aft side of 6051, so that is really good. One thing that we need to correct right now is that it would need to go above some Gulf, but in work. Neil is working on his side.
Okay, it's maximum release here.
Okay, can you grab this, put it above Fox and Gulf? Like aft side of Fox and Gulf?
When you say grab this,
grab this strap.
Okay.
And yes, exactly. And
there it is.
That's it. And now I'm going to give this to you. And I think, wait, it needs again to be above. And I think that you would have enough. Thanks. To go back.
That did the trick, and I think we're going to just, we're in.
Good, nice work, you guys.
So
about an inch to spare.
Yeah. As
Excellent.
for your information, it goes to Z8.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 24 minutes into today's spacewalk. Menon and Adenot wrapping up the long-duration tie-down of the failed space-to-ground antenna near its original parking place on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. It will not be moved to its permanent stowage location on the P3 truss, since the crew members ran behind time-wise in removing electrical connectors and bolts earlier in today's spacewalk that sent them behind in the overall timeline. We do not expect to remove the replacement space-to-ground antenna from the spare parts platform on ESP3, the external stowage platform number 3 on the P3 truss. We may go over there, if time permits, just to take a quick look at the antenna, maybe break torque on a couple of bolts just as a get-ahead, but that remains to be seen. Flight Director Chris Dobbins evaluating the time with the lead spacewalk officer, Sandy Fletcher, in determining what our next course of action will be. However, the spare space-to-ground antenna will not be installed during today's spacewalk because of time constraints.
Second long-duration tie-down tether is going to go to the forward wine glass stanchion on ZH-36 and the forward wine glass stanchion on 6051, and it needs to go through an agate handrail, so it's going to be a real short distance.
Copy. Anil, I'm going to give this to you. Okay. One end, and you can work on this. It is attached to me right now. Either you ret or you put on the stanchion already.
I could put it direct to the stanchion.
Yeah, that's great. And then I'm giving you the other as soon as you tell me it's on the stanchion.
It's on the stanchion.
Copy. I'm going to give you the other one.
Yep, and Sophie, if you want to keep that one, you can just reach up and put it through an agate handrail.
Yeah, but I really need to adjust my TCV, sorry. I'm just giving this so that Anil can do the first step, but I really need to do something right now.
Okay, yeah, please do that. So you can let, and he's got it attached, so you can just let it go as well.
It is, and now I did send it to Anil.
Okay, and want to talk me through this? So Sophie's getting set up.
Yeah, definitely. Just a couple words for Sophie. Reminder that if you're trying to go warmer, go to lower numbers. If you're trying to go colder, go to higher numbers. If you're cold, reminder that you've got glove heaters as well.
Yes, I am cold, so I'm going to go to, right now I'm 7, I'm going to go to 5.
Okay, that's a good plan. And if you'd like your glove heaters, you have those available to you too. For Anil, that long duration tie down tether is going to go from ZH-36 underneath an agate handrail, and then over to Sophie's side, it's going to go on the forward side of 6051.
It just needs to go under one agate handrail?
That's correct.
Okay.
If you need it to go under more, it's fine. It just needs a minimum of one.
Okay.
And the idea that the tether is going to be over the top of the central boom of the ESCANT. So over the top of it, but underneath at least one of the agate handrails.
Yep. We'll get it ready for Sophie.
Okay, TCV is 5 and glove heaters are on.
Copy TCV 5 for EV2.
All right, Sophie, this has gone through an agate handrail.
Yes.
And take your time getting
I'm ready.
Okay, there you go.
I've got it.
All right,
So
that's going on the aft side of 6051. And the next step after that's going to be to tighten it.
Oh, you mean the hook is attached to?
Yes, that's correct. So this is going hook to hook. So one side's on Anil's, and yours is the hook is going to be the Z1 6051 forward stanchion. And just want to check that long duration tie down tether. It looks like it's going underneath the S-gant. We want that to actually go over the S-gant, but underneath one agate handrail.
Yeah.
Oh, got
yeah,
that.
this is what I thought it was. Yeah. So.
Got it. I understand.
I can grab it from here if you pass it through. Yep.
Yeah, we like
got
that
it through
config.
2 agate handrails. I'm gonna hold it right here, Sophie.
Yeah.
Here you go.
All right. Now I'm going to give it back to you, and I'll slightly.
Got it?
Yeah, you got it. And now, if you lift this, do you see the handrails? Where it goes? It's here. The one.
I see it.
There.
It's there.
The one right in front of the gimbal. Yeah, the other gimbal.
Yeah,
Right.
Good words. Okay, so for right now, we just need to cinch this up really strong. So first, we want to really double check those hooks to make sure that the gates are fully closed on those wine glass stanchions. Then we want to tighten the long duration tie down tethers and set it to low profile. You can move the S-gant around a little bit. We want to make sure it's pretty solid against the top of Z1.
And Anil, given the location of the hook,
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 31 minutes into the spacewalk by Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot. The failed space-to-ground antenna, which began to exhibit degraded performance in being able to track NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellites constellation of satellites late last year, that failed antenna has been removed from its boom on the Z1 truss of the station as Menon and Adenot are in the home stretch of tying it down, what is called a long-duration tie-down, using a series of tethers. It is being tied down on the truss of the station near its operational point at the Z1 truss. What we will not be performing today is the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna because the crew members ran behind earlier in today's spacewalk due to the time that was required to remove electrical connectors and bolts regarding the failed antenna that held the antenna in place on the boom.
Okay, here it is.
The team is currently looking at perhaps one or two get-ahead tasks just to take advantage of the time outside of the void of space today. But the work to install the replacement space-to-ground antenna to restore full redundancy in the high data rate communications capability for the International Space Station will wait for another day. There will be some meetings that will be held to determine the priorities and the further course of action coming up on next Tuesday's spacewalk and other activities associated with downstream spacewalks.
Make sure this twist doesn't go through.
Yes. So I'm going to turn it before and actually pass this excess of strut under.
Really nice work on those. I know long duration tie down tethers aren't the most fun, but you guys are making it look fun. So if you can make sure that we get it real tight, and then if you take the S-scan and just imagine forces in any direction, we want to make sure there's no wiggle in it. So making sure it's really nice and firmly down there.
Understood.
Okay, I'm going to fix the twist from under. Okay, pulling again. Okay, it's blocked. Go back. Okay, it's not cinching. Can you open
I'll
the
open
Velcro stuff?
Yep.
And based on that angle, it may actually be more of a zenith pull to tighten it instead of over towards Sophie. I don't know if that would make any difference.
Let's see. Let me try.
I think Anne's right.
Yeah.
Pull it towards the, there you go.
Okay, right words. Okay.
Got a little bit of a turn in it. But it's pretty tight, actually.
Yeah.
Like, when I look at this side, it's got, like, quarter-inch play in it, maybe, on the agate side. Do you want this Anne, like, immovable, or?
I think if we tighten this one, it's going to be enough.
Well, that's pretty tight on that end.
Yeah, that end is really tight.
Yeah, we're looking and listening. You may want to also iteratively tighten with the other one, and then keep doing those wiggle tests. Best effort, but if you really want to make sure that this is secure and won't twist or pull with forces.
Okay, I can help by just pinching like this, and you...
We need to untwist it first. I think that's lesson learned. This one right here?
Yes.
See if you can rotate it.
Yeah. This one is going to be... Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
There you go.
Yeah. You can start pulling right there, or do you want me to pull my direction?
So we'll see, I'll pull as much as I can. Good pull. Good pull.
Yeah. Well, maybe I can cinch this one again.
Or
no, it doesn't work. End of it. Okay.
10 seconds to a handover. What you guys are doing is great.
it's pretty secure, Sophie. What do you think?
Yeah, I think. One more here. What do you think?
Pretty good. Anne, are you with us?
I am back with you. Audio, no video.
Okay. I think we've got it max tightened. Because of the long duration tie down tether confirmation, there's probably like maybe quarter-inch movement capability in it if you apply direct force. If you wanted it tighter than that, I would recommend putting like an AET.
Yeah, I get the AET right here.
Okay.
So
and then tying that down to a handrail on either side of the agate handle, and then
Copy. And since it has also 2 tether points, can you check that I can remove my ret? Because I think it also put this flight forward. And also the report. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, you guys can stand by for 1 second while we talk about it, so you can give your hands a rest.
Copy.
We're still chatting about some things. You guys take the opportunity to relax your hands and enjoy the view for a sec.
The view is Anil. I enjoy.
See if I can get my camera for you.
Oh yeah, I can do that too. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, for the SCANT tie down, good news is we're super happy with the tie down. That was really excellent work with those tethers. I know it's not easy. One of the NZGLs looks like it popped off on that failed SCANT. We're wondering if you can take a look and attempt to reattach it.
I'll do that.
Okay. By the way, I'm going to go to release my ret. And do you want us to put the extra AET to...
We do not need the extra AET,
yeah?
and you are go to release your ret.
Okay. So the extra AET is going to go on my mini workstation and work.
Copy. And one suggestion is, Sophie, if you want to stay there and work that NZGL, Anil, you can start moving back up toward the arm.
Okay.
Unless the NZGL is on your side and it's easier access, up to you guys.
Yeah, that's what I see what you're saying. Sophie's got direct access to that. So I'm moving up to the arm.
Copy. And Anil, when you get up there, if you wouldn't do us a favor and just look back down at that whole work site for a HECA scan, that would give us a really good top-down view of the tie-down.
Okay, I'll do a HECA and take a couple photos.
Copy. So, Sophie, we'd love you to take care of that NZGL, and then when you have time, either before or after, a glove and hab check.
Okay. I'm just taking care of my fair lead, which went away.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours 44 minutes into today's spacewalk. Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot, they are in the process of cleaning up the work site on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station after having removed a failed space-to-ground antenna from that work site, that antenna having experienced a degradation of performance last November, rendering it unable to properly track NASA's Tracking and Data Relay satellite system constellation of satellites. That antenna, which was removed, has now been tied down in a safe configuration on the truss of the station for future disposition. You're looking at the operational space-to-ground antenna, that's SGANT number 1, that remains on the Z1 truss. Time simply got away from the crew today. They spent a longer period of time than had been expected in locking down some locking pins called gimbal bolts onto the failed space-to-ground antenna to prevent its inadvertent motion during its transport. That, coupled with the time required to demate electrical connectors and other pieces of hardware, put them quite a bit behind the timeline today, and as a result, the net effect was that we are not going to pursue the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna, which lives out on the external stowage platform number 3 on the P3 truss of the International Outpost. That will be deferred to another day. Future discussions will be held to prioritize tasks associated with next Tuesday's spacewalk and to determine whether or not we pursue the failed or the replacement space scanned activities next Tuesday, or wait for another day to take that task under consideration. So it was not unexpected that the crew might run into a longer period of time required to get that failed space-to-ground antenna off of the boom. That had been anticipated all along, and it did turn out to be the case today. The operational antenna is there very clearly in the field of view. A series of radiators that dispel heat from the station systems serving as a backdrop for Menon and Adenot as they complete a few additional steps in tying down the systems associated with the boom that the failed antenna resided on.
And the MLI on the buckle.
And Sophie, just confirm, I heard you say made it over center. Are you tucking the NZGL by your right hand?
Oh, I was talking about the other one. The one that was fully demated. Yeah, that's true. This one was also demated, like not over.
The flight control team here is currently determining whether or not we will pursue a few get-ahead tasks and what those tasks would be to take advantage of the crew's time outside. Today's spacewalk began at 7:29 a.m. Central Time, 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time, and has resulted in the removal of the failed space-to-ground antenna, which has been tied down in what is called a long-duration tie-down configuration, but a very safe configuration for that antenna on the truss of the International Space Station.
Yeah, acting.
Small one is aft, over center.
Yeah, they were aft.
Connected.
Connected, yeah.
Okay, for Sophie, please continue the long-duration tie-down tether cleanup. We're still talking about the NZGLs, and then a nice slow HECA scans as you move around, cleaning up those tethers, and we'll hand the comm back to Anil. And Anil, you are back to the Space One to get out of the arm.
Okay. Picking up comm. Jessica, how copy?
With you, Anil. We are ready to get the arm back in motion. We're going to take brakes off and get set up.
Sounds great.
That was Jessica Meir at the robotics workstation inside the station as she works with Jack Hathaway, about to maneuver Menon away from the work site. He is still at the end of the station's robotic arm and a portable foot restraint.
Starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion, good motion.
I should have given you the rush and it's really annoying.
You could drop it in the MRU.
Yeah, this is my plan, but for now, I'm need to work on the MLI.
Okay. And I did see a long duration tie down tether that wasn't closed on the on my side, and you can go over the top of the adjet to get it.
Yeah. This was indeed my plan.
I know we're going to start motion body right in 3, 2, 1.
Motion, good motion, Jessica.
Now we're going to bring you body up. Sorry, body down.
Copy.
Now this is the Z1 back off position. We're going to get set up for your JoeCast ESC3.
And for all crew, we are going back to phase 1, so we're going to the APFR egress position.
Copy egress.
Hey, we copy. We're going to the APFR egress position.
So for big picture, to sync folks up, Sophie, we got you cleaning up that work site. We want to make sure that it is in a really good configuration to be out there for a while. So what you're doing is really important. We need those straps tied down. We need the MLI over the buckles and the wire ties on. We need a really good HECA scan, and then we'll be having you scan, including the dish, as much as you can. And then we'll be having you clean up the bag. For Anil, we're going to be GCAing you over to the APFR egress position and doing a swap back onto your regular tether and cleaning up the arm. And from there, we'll make a call on get-aheads.
Copy, and thank you. I've got a good photo range of all of this. I'm just kind of blanketing the area. Let me know if there's anything in particular you want me to target.
And Anil, we appreciate those scans. We got what we need from that, and we're actually going to power it down just for heat. And one go back for you, Sophie, we are going to take a look at that NZGL that you notice the back shell's back. We're basically going to have you demate it and remate it and see if we can't get that over center. And then we may need to do a wire tie.
Copy.
Anil, on your go, we will start the JOCAS to the intermediate position and then another one to APFR back off.
Here we go for me.
Be starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are approaching the 5-hour mark in today's spacewalk. As previously mentioned, the forward plan now calls for Anil Menon at the end of the station's robotic arm, as you see here in this view, wearing the suit with the red stripes. Menon is being maneuvered back to a position in which he will get out of the portable foot restraint, stow that portable foot restraint, and the arm will be parked in its overnight park position where it began the day. There is some additional cleanup work, gathering tools and tethers, and we'll see whether or not time permits a couple of get-aheads, perhaps a swab of microorganisms from one of the modules near the Quest airlock, and possibly a swap of portable foot restraints along the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. The failed space-to-ground antenna was removed and tied down in a safe configuration near its parking place, normally, on the Z1 truss. However, time will not permit the retrieval and installation of the replacement space-to-ground antenna, which will remain in a safe configuration, a safe slot in external stowage platform number 3 on the port truss of the International Space Station. It will be installed on a future spacewalk. Just when that will happen will be a matter of discussion by NASA managers and flight controllers.
Okay, so for that wire tie, basically what we want to do is we want to prevent thermal loading to the inside of that cable, since we will be coming out at some point and touching this again. So we want you to have it kind of in that half-connected position that you had it, and then use a wire tie. Be creative to somehow pull that connector down onto the other side of the connector, and so that it just stays touching and stays mated.
Still starting motion in 3, 2, 1 for the next maneuver.
Ready for motion.
Understood, Now retrieving the wire tie from my BRT to start wire tie ups on the NVGL.
Okay, copy, and you can put that through the bail if that's easiest.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston as the International Space Station flies over the rainforest of Brazil. A good view of Anil Menon riding at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm with Sophie Adenot not far behind as they make their way back toward the final work site of today's spacewalk. Time will determine whether or not we do have, in fact, the time to take a swab sample of microorganisms from one of the modules near the Quest airlock. On the left side of your screen is the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that will return the Crew 12 crew on board the station, Jessica Meir, Jack Hathaway, Andrei Fedyaev, and Sophie Adenot. They'll be returning to Earth in the next several weeks to complete their long-duration mission on board the International Space Station.
And so if we still don't have Heka, once you do have that wire tie on, if you have a camera with you, if you wouldn't mind snapping a bunch of photos of that whole area, it'd be great.
Copy, will do. I'm just adjusting my body position right now. Working on the wire tie. So, doesn't really go through. Wire tie is too thick. This NZGL, the gap between the bail, the lever, and the body of the NZGL itself is very thin.
Yeah, you may have to pinch it if you can. Pinch it and make it small, or if you have if you think a long one would work with a smaller loop. But pinching that loop is small.
Yeah, it's not the loop. The loop is already in. It's a white plastic thing that is kind of protecting the free end. And this one doesn't go through, so I'm trying again. So the risk is that this white thing is going to go apart, and then once it's apart, then it's going to expose one sharp edge.
Okay, yeah, just best effort on however you think it can hold it to not disconnect.
Okay. Yeah, we've got an idea, and that will be good.
Anil, we're getting set up to bring you to the APFR egress position. Stand by.
Stand by.
And Sophie, if you can take the free end of that wire tie around the agate handrail with free twist, then we're happy with that config.
Copy, in work. That was exactly my plan.
Copy and thanks. And that AET that was on the agate handrail, did you pick that up? Or is that still on the handrail?
No, I did pick that up, according to what I understood, was the time, right?
Yep, no, that's exactly correct. We're just making sure.
Okay.
Man, I've reduced my TCV to 5.
Copy, TCV to 5 for EV1.
Anil, are you ready for the GCA to the published egress position? That'll just be coming station aft. So where are you ingress?
Go to publish.
Okay, copy. We're starting motion in 3, 2, 1.
I see motion, good motion. Got good clearances here, and I know you have an orthogonal view, but I can also give you. Near space.
Okay, 3 house twists done, and I'm removing my ret. Hey, it's not going to move.
Okay, we copy. All right, you have happy people down here. Well done, Sophie.
Okay. I need to work on the other MLI, though, and take a few pictures before I change location. Glove heaters are off OSS for Sophie.
And sorry, say again, Sophie?
Glove heaters are off OSS.
Copy, glove heaters off. Working will warm you right up.
Ramping out, we are at the published.
Good, Ann. I believe the NG stop GCA. GCA complete.
Extra on, Anil. You can go to egress.
Go to egress.
All right, Anil, you will egress and then temp stow the bag as desired. And then we're going to be cleaning up the arm with your safety tether swap being the first thing. For Sophie, I see you doing some pictures. Definitely need some pictures of that area. And then can you confirm for us the configuration of the buckle on the aft long-duration tie-down tether, the one that was on Anil's side? Did we get the MLI and the wire tie on that one?
Not yet in work. It's just wanted to take the picture before I leave this workspace.
Okay, copy. We got you going over to the other side.
Yeah.
And Anil, once you're in a good position and ready to work the tether steps, we'll take the comm over and I'll walk you through that, including when you have your waist tether down.
Good day, Dan.
Captain, for both of you, the plan after we get the Z1 worksite cleaned up and Anil's arm cleaned up and reconfigured is to work the APFR relocate task together. So we'll be grabbing the ESP2 with, or APFR rather, and coming up to Z1 to do the swap.
Okay.
And you said to put the bag down. Did you want me to leave the crew lock bag on the truck? Or am I bundling it with the APFR?
Yes, bundling it to the APFR is fine.
Where is it going next? Because if it's going close by, I'll do the quick bundle that we discussed. If it's going far, I'll do a really solid bundle.
Yeah, so you're going to be taking that APFR to the port CETA cart. So you can look over to your left and see it right there. So it's up to you if you want to do the bundle on the APFR and take it with you and then bring it back, or if you want to just temp stow it on the truss.
Okay, I'm going to temp stow it.
Copy. And Sophie, as you get set up over there, it looks like your hands are empty for a sec. If we could get a glove and hat check, please.
Okay, and crew lock bags on the truck.
Okay, copy. And are you ready for your tether swap steps?
Ready for tether swap.
And for Sophie, hat is dry. And gloves in work. And then
Okay, copy. And Sophie, you can head up to the medium ORU bag and clean that up.
yeah, I still need to work on the MLI, but I'm going to remove the ratchet wrench from my mini workstation because it's really annoying.
Okay,
And put it into the medium ORU bag.
That's great. And then we have you going down to the other long duration tie-down tether to clean that up. And I'll take the comm with Anil for the tether swap.
Copy.
Okay, for Anil, with your waist tether down, you're going to retrieve your green hook from the NTA vertical handrail and attach it to your red tether reel.
Work. Locking the green reel. Green hook is on the red reel and locked. I'm unlocking the green reel.
Copy. The green hook is on the red reel, and the green reel is unlocked. You can then release your yellow hook. You can release your yellow hook from the SSRMS and attach it to the green tether reel, also checking gate and hook.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 15 minutes into today's spacewalk. Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot are in the home stretch of today's excursion, the 282nd spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This was the 5th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year, the 2nd for Expedition 75 crew members, the 2nd for Menon, and the 1st for Adenot, who today became the first French woman to conduct an extravehicular activity. You see Menon with the suit and the red stripes there in the field of view. He has conducted the work today as EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1. Adenot, alongside him, has been EV2, the unmarked suit, with no visible markings on that suit. Extravehicular crew member number 2. The crew began their spacewalk placing their suits on battery power at 7:29 a.m. Central Time, 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time.
Copy, thanks. And if that long duration tie down,
the major activity for today was the removal of a failed space-to-ground antenna on the Z1 truss of the station. There are 2 such antennas that sit side by side to provide redundancy for high data rate communications through NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. The crew ran into some time constraints. It took longer than expected for them to install locking pins on the failed antenna that first encountered swiveling or gimbaling problems to track the TDRS network satellites last November. They also spent more time than had been anticipated in demating electrical connectors on the boom that the failed antenna resided on the Z1 truss. Because it took much more time than had been expected to get the failed antenna removed, the decision was made to tie the antenna down with tethers right there on the truss of the space station in a safe configuration, but not to pursue the installation of the spare antenna that is housed on an external spare parts platform on the Port 3 truss of the International Space Station.
Both reels are unlocked.
So with the failed antenna tied down, future meetings are to be conducted to determine the next set of priorities for the upcoming spacewalk that is planned for next Tuesday.
Gonna rent to the APSR, then remove it.
That'll be the 3rd spacewalk of the month of August, the 3rd to be conducted in a 19-day period. We are expecting a couple of get-aheads for the crew as they make their way back to the Quest airlock, the swabbing of surfaces on the outside of the station to collect microorganism data, and an exchange of portable foot restraints out near the Quest airlock.
Nice for both of you on the cleanup steps, and just letting you know we're about 5 hours and 20 minutes into the EVA. Go ahead, Sophie.
Copy, 5 hours, 20 minutes. So the last VTV buckle is covered with airlock and 3 halves with the wire tie.
We see that config. Beautiful. So at this time, you can move up to the medium ORU bag, and we'll start cleaning that up.
Okay.
So the bottom line of today's spacewalk is that Menon and Adenot were able to remove the failed space-to-ground antenna. It is in a safe configuration in what is called the long-duration tie-down configuration with tethers on the truss of the station. However, as occurs from time to time during these spacewalks, there were bolts and electrical connectors that proved to be more bulky than had been planned. So it took longer than expected to undo those bolts and remove the electrical connectors to demate them so that the failed antenna could be removed from its boom on the Z1 truss. The net effect, we ran out of time, and so the spare antenna will remain on its stowage platform on the P3 or port 3 truss. It will be addressed on a future spacewalk. There will be some meetings by program officials to determine a set of priorities for the next spacewalk that is targeted for next Tuesday.
And yes, we will take pictures of that angle of the stow. Thanks.
Okay. And the excess strap of the Ford LDTV, I was not able to put it inside the MLI of the buckle because it was under the agate handle and would have required a whole reconfiguration. So I don't know if you're okay with that plan, but I just put it under another agate handle so that it doesn't fly around.
Okay, that is a good config. We're happy with that. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, APFR cleanup complete on the BRT. Jessica would be go for the back off.
Okay, we agree. If you just give one more
copy, we'll get set up for that.
And I'll pass you off to Jessica.
Okay. Nighttime is not the best time to do the pictures, but I did my best.
Now starting motion in 3, 2, 1 with the arm coming station forward away from you.
Copy, starting motion.
And just a clarification, I close the bag with everything in it. I do the HECA scan, and then I put it on my BRT. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, we're happy with that. So you can put that on your BRT.
Okay.
And we can see your scan. So yes. So if you just want to go through everything that's in the bag and show it to us, we will write it down.
Okay. Inventory metal segment with a scoop on it. The ratchet wrench. Without the palm wheel. And coming soon, the heat shield, which I need to protect as well.
That's a good inventory, so you can pack that one up and get it on your BRT.
And I'm at the Fort Cedar.
Copy. You'll be showing that in WIF 3 and setting it to low profile, and I have recommended settings.
Okay. Go for settings.
Copy. It is 6 Papa Papa Fox 6. 6 Papa Papa Fox 6. And that's that top left WIF.
6 Papa Papa Fox 6. I'm at the top left list.
Copy. And big thing, too, is we want to make sure that the ingress aid is low profile and won't move, so it's tightened up there. And then we'll just get your words on making sure that it's clear of the MT and the POA.
Copy all.
And for Sophie, once you have that packed up, we're going to have you put that on your BRT, and we'll have you start heading toward the airlock.
Copy airlock.
Big picture for both of you as you're working your tasks. Sophie, we see you work in the bag, and Anil, we see you work in the APFR. When we're done, we're going to have Anil head down to ESP2, and pick up the APFR that you previously gave us the inspection on, and we're going to have you relocate that to Z1. And for Sophie, you're going to grab that medium ORU bag, and you'll be heading back to the airlock. And we don't have any further tasks, so you can take your time and enjoy the view while you do that.
Copy, working on the bag and airlock.
And can you repeat those APFR settings again?
Yes, 6 Papa Papa Fox 6. 6 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Copy, 6 Papa Papa Fox 6.
And for a picture in your mind, the boot plate should be kind of facing toward the MT.
This is Mission Control Houston, now 5 hours 31 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sophie Adenot is cleaning up her part of the spacewalk paraphernalia that she has operated with throughout the course of today's excursion outside of the Quest airlock. Anil Menon will relocate an articulating portable foot restraint from one of the stowage platforms right outside of the Quest airlock to the Z1 truss nearby, and will join Adenot back in the airlock. We will not pursue a get-ahead task involving ISS microorganism swabs today. That'll be deferred to another day. Once again, the spacewalk today highlighted by the removal of a failed space-to-ground communications antenna that provided high data rate communications through NASA's Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. It has been tied down in a safe configuration known as a long-duration tie-down with a number of tethers on the truss of the station, but time ran out, not permitting the removal and installation of a spare space-to-ground antenna to provide redundancy for the high data rate communications capability on the International Space Station. That work is going to be deferred to an upcoming spacewalk, although the priorities for the next spacewalk targeted for next Tuesday and then other spacewalks to follow have yet to be determined by program management and the flight controllers.
Okay, 6, Papa, Foxtrot 6, X, and Whisk 3, locking collar, black on black, good pull and twist test, and it does look low profile. I'm sure you can see it in the HECA.
Copy, that's a good config. So this time you can move back to retrieve your crew lock bag, and you'll go down toward the airlock. You can drop your crew lock bag off and then pick up the APFR.
Hey, going for crew lock, then APFR.
And for Anil and Sophie, you guys are both kind of headed back toward the airlock with a bag. You guys can work out the choreography yourself, but so Anil, when you get down there, if you want to attempt to stow the bag, and then Sophie can put both bags into the airlock while you relocate the APFR, that may work.
That looks like a great idea. If the timing works out.
All right, both looking good. Anil, it looks like you've got that crew locked bag out of the NTA, and Sophie, it looks like you're about to grab the medium ORU bag as well. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, it is on my BRT. I'm about to do a final check before heading back to the airlock.
Okay, copy. And for future reference, as you go down, if you want to give us any words on the forward or the aft translation paths, I know there was a lot of discussion as we were planning this EVA because we haven't had a lot of people do it. So if you have any thoughts on your way down, we'd take them.
All right, let me wait before, and I'll give you the information.
On the seat of spur.
Cap on the seat of spur.
And the suggestion was I temp stow the bag, Sophie puts them away, and I head out to the APFR.
And Anil, can you tell us where you temp stowed that?
Oh, it was a question. Well, the question was, were you suggesting, Sophie, I temp stow it on the circular handrail or ring, and then Sophie puts them inside the airlock, and then I head to the APFR, or we both temp stow?
Yes, that
outside the airlock.
If that works for you guys, you can temp stow. You can temp stow the crew lock bag right there at the circular handrail or somewhere in that area, and then go forward on ESP2. Sophie is just headed that way with the medium ORU bag, and she can stow both bags inside of the airlock.
Sophie, are you good with that plan?
Yeah. I have a little Bentley right now because I'm working on my translation. But
it's okay. Anne can repeat it when you get here.
Yeah.
And Sophie, you came down the forward side of Z1, is that correct?
Yes, because the antenna was on the aft side, and so now I'm still working on it.
Okay, yeah, so you'll come down, as you get down to the bottom there, you'll see 6024 and then WIF 9, and at that point you could either kind of reach over to the high-pressure gas tanks, or you can go more zenith, and you'll see handrail 6005, and you can get the high-pressure gas tanks from there.
Yeah, I have 6024 in hand. Just
okay.
this ORU bag is a giant thing.
Yeah, so 6042, getting down to 6052, you can either go, or sorry, you said 6024. So from there, you can kind of go starboard to the gas tank, or if you go down nadir to 6005, then it's a little bit of a shorter reach over to the gas tanks.
Yeah, I'm trying that.
And the crew lock brake temp stowed forward part of the circular handrail.
Copy temp stow. So you are going to translate to ESP2 WIF 4, which is the one that you passed before. That's on the most starboard side of the forward side of ESP2.
Okay.
And Sophie, that part you're in right now is
I'm
one of the
go
trickier
back
parts.
Out. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go back out.
Okay. If you want to go back up to
the aft side.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to go right back up, you'll go up. You'll hit 6039, and then on the triangle on the forward side is handrail 6041, and then from there it's where you were before. And if you get into position kind of almost where you were in the handoff, from the aft side of that triangle over to the handrail that's below the trunnion pin is a pretty close reach. Yep, nicely done. So from the...
I'm over the triangle. It's just
Yeah, so that in your left hand is 6040. If you reach from that down below the trunnion pin, you'll see handrail 6003, and that'll take you right down the aft path.
Yeah, just need to take a second to put my tethers in front of my feet.
Good call. Slow and careful.
Oh, actually, they're good. Okay, mindful also about the antenna.
Yep, nicely done. You'll go 6003, 2, 1, and then you'll be able to reach across.
Yeah. This antenna, Between the antenna and the satellite, it's kind of tight here, but
yeah,
it can work.
That's super helpful information to see that forward path. We'll take your words on that tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours and 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot are making their way back toward the Quest airlock. The work all but complete for the day, except for some cleanup work that the two spacewalkers are involved in. The failed space-to-ground antenna, the SCANT-2, was removed from its boom on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station and tied down in what is known as a long-duration tie-down with tethers by the Z1 truss where it resided. However, time ran out on the clock that would have enabled the two spacewalkers to retrieve a spare space-to-ground antenna from a stowage platform out on the port side of the truss structure of the International Space Station to install it on the now empty boom that the failed antenna occupied for all the years that it provided its service. So that work will be deferred to another spacewalk. We will determine through a series of meetings what the priorities are for dispositioning the completion of the space-to-ground antenna spare installation. It will be conducted, it's just a matter of when, and other work yet to be determined in the next spacewalk that is tentatively scheduled and actually targeted for next Tuesday, August 25th.
Boxes. And I see your tethers, Anil.
This was the second spacewalk for Anil Menon. He ventured outside back on August 6th with Jessica Meir to complete the construction of the bracket platform upon which the final IROSA, or ISS Rollout Solar Array, will be installed after it is delivered to the space station later this year on a SpaceX resupply mission.
Yeah, I remember that from the...
So Menon is in the home stretch of the second spacewalk of his career. This was the first spacewalk for Sophie Adenot of the European Space Agency, the first spacewalk by a French woman in history. And again, the determination of the priorities for the upcoming targeted spacewalk for next Tuesday, along with determining when we will complete the installation of the spare space-to-ground antenna, which we could not get to today when time ran out. The two spacewalkers simply ran into a longer than expected amount of work to disconnect electrical connectors and to remove bolts holding the failed space-to-ground antenna in place. So as we approach the 6-hour mark in the spacewalk, the two spacewalkers soon will be making their way back inside the Quest airlock. You see them right there at the hatchway to Quest. They will close the hatch, and the end of the spacewalk will be officially marked with its elapsed time at the point that the repressurization of the spacewalk of the Quest airlock begins.
Anil, question for you when you came off the port seat cart. Did you happen to tap the brake pedals?
I did not.
Copy.
I'm sorry, I thought about it, but I thought...
That's okay, that's on us. That's on us. But we might have bought you a free translation to the port seat cart and back. So after you stow the APFR, we will have you go tap that twice, please.
Hey, win for me.
Anil, your tethers look good. It's not in my way, so opening the thermal hatch now.
Okay, sounds good. I'm heading down.
Thermal cover, sorry.
So once again, to recap, the failed space-to-ground antenna was removed, albeit with a longer period of time to disconnect electrical connectors and remove bolts holding the failed antenna in place on the Z1 truss. It is now in a safe configuration, securely tied down to the truss on the International Space Station. Ultimately, it will be moved to the external stowage platform number 3 on the port truss of the International Space Station. That slot is currently occupied by the spare space-to-ground antenna that was first delivered to the International Space Station on the STS-127 mission in the summer of 2009. Time ran out for the 2 spacewalkers to be able to accomplish that task today. It will be deferred to a future spacewalk. The next spacewalk is scheduled for next Tuesday, August 25th. Whether or not the space-to-ground antenna installation of the spare makes it to that spacewalk next Tuesday or not is going to be the subject of some discussions over the next several hours.
With 11, I'm going to just get situated and then I'll be ready for those settings.
Copy. And Sophie, you are go to open the thermal cover when you need to.
Yeah, I just verbalized it. Did you get it? Like, it was like 5 minutes ago?
We see that now. Yep.
Okay, great news. And Anil, I see your tethers. I'll just, yeah. Now you're going aft.
Okay, ready for those settings, Van.
Your settings are 12, Papa Papa, Fox 9. 12, Papa Papa, Fox 9.
12, Papa Papa, Fox 9, got it.
All of the bags are bundled together and ready to my BRT rep.
Okay, we copy the bags are ready together, and you'll go to transfer those in the airlock.
Uh-huh. I'm going to read my load path to station. Right. Base tether is small hook gate close lock back on black. Large hook gate close lock back on black. On the airlock waist tether, gate close lock black on black for the big hook, and small hook gate close lock black on black as well. So I have a good load path to station, and I'm retrieving my local from the and going back in.
Okay, we concur that that is a good load path.
Hey,
And
12 Papa Fox.
Copy, 12 Papa Papa, Fox 9.
Twist. Off depressible, black and color, black on black.
Copy, good calls. You are go to translate to the port seat occurred. And Sophie, we see you about to get in the airlock. You might want to pause there and take a view. It's going to be a little bit before you're back. But nicely done. Okay, and Anil, before you start your translation, we'll take a glove and a hat check, and then we'll send you back out there.
Okay. Anything I can help with, Anil?
Oh, I'm in a good spot. Right glove, right index finger has two small marks, and looks nominal.
And copy for Anil, thanks.
And for some pretty small, some small dark spots in not bigger than a fingernail. And there's also another on the left thumb. Really, just.
Okay, we copy, Sophie. Your comms are coming in a little bit broken, so we didn't quite catch that.
Copy. Some for the gloves, I can observe is dark markings on the fingertips of both hands.
Okay, we copy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, and I'm headed to the feeder cart.
Copy, we appreciate your extra work and overtime today.
Oh, any day.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot soon will be back inside the crew lock section of the 2-compartment Quest airlock. They will close the hatch behind them and begin the repressurization of the airlock to mark the end of today's spacewalk, highlighted by the removal of a failed space-to-ground communications antenna. Although time did not permit the installation of a spare that continues to reside on a spare parts platform on the port truss of the International Space Station, that work to be deferred to a future spacewalk.
I'm hitting the brakes on the outboard side, right? Inboard.
Yes, that pedal that's right in front of you, that's correct. 2 pumps a day keeps the MER away.
Pumped it.
Unfortunately, on this one, the MER won.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, unfortunately, go back and do it again.
We appreciate that.
I don't mind.
Anil, with that, you are going to return to the airlock, and Sophie, you're going to ingress the airlock.
Copy.
Once the airlock repressurization begins and we stop the clock, we'll give you the official time for the elapsed time of today's excursion and other statistics associated with today's spacewalk. We will continue our coverage through the time that the crew is back inside the airlock and has doffed its helmets.
And at the end of the feeder spur.
Copy. And Sophie has her good load pass into the airlock and bags in the airlock. So as you get down, once you get her go, you retrieve anchor hook.
Sure, bag 1 and 2 are in the airlock.
All right, Ann, I'm going to verbalize everything so I get this last part right, okay?
Copy. We'll take it. Let me know if you'd like any steps.
All right. My load pass is through forward anchor hook, so I believe Sophie got a load pass to the station, so I believe I'm go to take off the aft airlock D-ring, which is her anchor hook, EV2, and put that on my red reel.
Anil, we concur with that plan.
Hey, Sophie.
Yes, I concur. And I prepared all the bags really aft so that you can ingress. Sorry, reading port.
All right, your anchor hook is on EV1's red reel, closed lock, black on black. Now I have a load pass through you, Sophie.
Yes.
So I'm going to pick up my anchor hook and put it on my NWS.
We concur.
Agree?
Yeah, concur.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and ingress now.
Copy, you go to ingress, and if you want an end effector on your thermal cover, you can.
I'm going to do the feet first ingress, and then come back for the thermal cover.
Okay, and I'm ready to guide your feet.
Okay, I'm going for the thermal cover here.
Mm-hmm.
Copy, you can close the airlock thermal cover, and we'll be attaching the integral strap to the magnetic plate D-ring and cinching until snug.
So the crew back inside the Quest airlock, closing the outer thermal cover.
And
That'll be followed by closing the hatch itself to the crew lock section of Quest.
My cover is closed. I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do the strap now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and once you have the strap cinched, we'll take the number of Sharpie lines visible, expecting 6.
Hey, the map is on, and I'm pinching it.
Okay. I'm pulling your feet towards.
All right, 6 Sharpies.
Copy, 6 Sharpies. You are both go to remove the SCU from the stowage pouches, remove your DCM cover, and connect your SCU to DCM and check locked.
Copy.
And Anil, if you could turn your HECA off, please.
HECA is off.
As you work your SCUs, just a note on the water that comes out of the SCUs, reminder that the station water is a little bit warmer than what your PLIS gives you, and so you may want to turn down your cooling to a higher number if you need it.
Copy. I leave mine at current setting.
Hey, EV1's SCU on.
EV2 SCU on. Connected.
Copy. SCU for EV1 and 2 are connected. We are in the pre-repress cue card. You can now switch your water to off OFF.
V1, water is off.
EV2, where is up?
Copy. We have a 2-minute wait here. Today definitely showed how well you guys can adapt. The strength of the plan is in the planning. And while we did a lot of things that were not on the nominal timeline, we did nothing today that we had not already planned for. Your ability to adapt and change to the plan is what made today successful. So thank you.
And if it's, for the team, we went into this with a mindset of we wanted it all to go perfectly, and I think that's a great winning attitude. Things were a lot different than expected, but I would say that what I'm really impressed with is that all of those contingencies were well thought out, and I heard those plans by the ground team, Sandy Flesher, Chris Dobbins, Lucas, the whole team had thought through all those scenarios. And I think that the success of today really rests to you all there and MCC and everyone who put in some work planning this, because you really thought through everything, and I felt like we always had a clear pathway ahead, and I had even heard that pathway and studied it, so thank you all for that, and I'm just so grateful to work with you all today. And Sophie, if you'd like to add anything, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, what a day. I concur with everything you said. I would say that my deepest gratitude goes to everyone who made this possible, pioneers who came before us, but also the incredible teams working behind the scenes today in this preparation, like being ready for the unknown. Took a whole amount of people to be able to think everything through. And in the end, although it was a lot of unknown and unplanned, in the end, everything was rehearsed and prepared. So well done. I would like also to thank you, Anil, for not only being an awesome EV1, but also a great friend. Jessica, Jack, thank you for helping us getting ready, paying attention to every detail that counts for such a big adventure. And finally, to everyone in Houston who made today's EVA a success. Thank you. Because yes, even if we had a lot of unplanned things, it is a success. We are safe and the hardware is safe. You make us fly, you keep us safe, and you make moments like this possible. And finally, a very special thank you to you, Anne. From the very beginning of the preparation to every minute of today's EVA, your calm voice was always there to get us. You are simply outstanding, so thank you.
Anil, Sophie, Jack, and Jess, it's Dobbins. I just wanted to say really quick, great job today. I know that wasn't necessarily the result we were hoping for in the morning, but I really appreciated your perseverance and resilience throughout the day. Thank you for being prepared for all of the next worst failures, since I feel like we dealt with all of them for the first half of this EVA, and appreciate you working as a team, both with each other, the four of you, and with us. Without that, Escant would have been in a worse configuration than it is. We'll get back out there and finish this up sometime, hopefully before at least one of you comes home.
Okay, for Anil.
Thank you, Chris.
And Anil, you are go to close the hatch, verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware, and the handle position is per the decal, and you can close and lock the hatch.
Handle position per decal.
With that, a round of congratulations from our two spacewalkers, Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot. Menon wrapping up his second spacewalk in just 12 days. For Sophie Adenot, the first French woman to walk in space, this was her first spacewalk of her career. And the lead flight director for this spacewalk, Chris Dobbins, acknowledging the work that the crew did out there, especially when the crew fell behind due to difficulty demating some of the electrical connectors on the failed space-to-ground antenna, and working with some of the bolts that were balky throughout the course of today's spacewalk. The failed antenna was removed, and it was left outside in what is called a long-duration tie-down configuration, safely on the truss in a good config. The work yet to be conducted will be the installation of a spare space-to-ground antenna that will be on an upcoming spacewalk that will restore full redundancy to the high data rate communications capability on the International Space Station.
Sometimes an end effector on that handrail helps.
Yeah, I thought maybe my arms were long enough to reach the hatch key, but I needed the anchor hook. In any case, the hatch is down.
Menon and Adenot are in the process of configuring their suits to airlock systems before the repressurization of the Quest airlock begins to mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Ten seconds from a 20-second handover.
Right.
Looks like we got S-band again. You can repeat it now.
Hatch is locked. The locking mechanism is in place.
Okay, I confirm, Houston confirms that the EV hatch is closed and locked. With that, I'll pass you off to the dream team of Jack and Jessica.
All right, it's great to have all of Expedition 75 back inside the hull of ISS again, and we just got a few minutes to get you guys at the same pressure. Sophie, if you're ready, on the UIA, check that the oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves, two of them, are open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
All right, take the power for EV1 and 2 switches, there's two of them, and take that to on, ON.
And what? Power EV1 and 2 on, ON. Good green LED.
The ON and 2 LEDs, can you verify the voltmeters on 1 and 2 for me?
18.8 and 18.6.
So that's great. EV1 and EV1 only, take your power switch to SCU, expect a warning tone.
EV1, pushing
1-2 contact.
got you. I'm on it. Yeah.
It sounds good. EV2, you can now take your power switch to SCU.
EV2. Power to SCU.
Both EV1 and EV2 are on SCU power. All right, for both EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuators to press.
Okay.
Please verify on the DCM that it does say O2 position to press.
EV2 press.
The EV2 in press.
EV1 press.
Right, EV1 press. We copy both EV1 and 2 in press. Awesome. Anil, would you check that the EV hatch MPEV is in the closed position?
MPEV is closed.
All right, we are going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to start the repress. You guys should get an alert tone as we start.
And Anil, Houston, I'm acting as Capcom now. Can you verify your O2 actuator is in press?
Verifying. It was off a little bit. Yes, it's now in press.
Houston copies.
Jack, can you go down the rate?
Going down the rate.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Quest airlock is now underway. The official end time for today's spacewalk, 1:52 p.m. Central Time, 2:52 p.m. Eastern Time, giving us an elapsed time of 6 hours and 23 minutes for today's spacewalk. Again, today's spacewalk ending at 1:52 p.m. Central Time, 2:52 p.m. Eastern Time, for an elapsed time of 6 hours and 23 minutes. With the repressurization of Quest underway, we will now gather some additional statistics and have those for you momentarily.
Right, we're passing up through 2 PSI on our way to 5.
Copy.
We're passing through 3.5 PSI on our way to 5. You guys might get an alert tone at 4.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Quest airlock well underway, approaching 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. It'll get up to about 14.7 psi, and that will then set the stage for the opening of the hatch, separating the crew lock, in which Anil, Menon, and Sophie Adenot are located, and the equipment lock, where you see Jack Hathaway. He'll be joined by Jessica Meir as they help the two spacewalkers out of their extravehicular mobility units. The spacewalk today was the 282nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the 5th spacewalk out of the ISS this year, the 2nd for Expedition 75. This was the 2nd spacewalk for Anil Menon. He now has a total of 12 hours and 50 minutes of spacewalking time. For Sophie Adenot, this was the first spacewalk for her and the first spacewalk by a French woman, 6 hours and 23 minutes. The spacewalk, by the way, began at 7:29 a.m. Central Time, 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time, and ended just a few minutes ago at 1:52 p.m. Central, 2:52 p.m. Eastern Time. The 282 spacewalks in support of space station operations have now totaled 1,786 hours and 44 minutes. That is the equivalent of 74 days, 10 hours, and 44 minutes of spacewalking time. And we'll continue with our coverage through the time the crew is back inside the airlock and have doffed their helmets. The two spacewalkers removed a failed space-to-ground antenna from a boom on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station, but in doing so ran behind the timeline because of some difficulty with electrical connectors and stubborn bolts. That resulted in the crew running out of time to be able to retrieve a spare space-to-ground antenna for its installation on the boom on the Z1 truss. So that other portion of today's major objective will be deferred to a future spacewalk.
Hey, welcome to 5 PSI. I've paused it, and we're going to pause for 2 minutes, allow the pressure stabilize before we do a 1-minute leak check.
Okay. Copy.
And the repressurization of the Quest airlock paused momentarily at 5 pounds per square inch. It will resume shortly and bring the crew lock section back to equalization with the equipment lock.
Right, that's our 2 minutes. Pressure's holding at 258. We got 1 minute for the leak check. Right, that is our minute wait, and the pressure is held steady, so that's a good leak check.
All right.
EV1 and EV2, will you check your gloves? Heater switches are in off, OFF position.
One is off.
And 2 is off.
All right, copy. Glove heaters are off, OFF for EV1 and EV2. Next, check your gloves for any contamination. I know you guys gave a glove report earlier. Is there anything you guys are worried about?
Nothing worried about for EV1.
Nothing I'm worried about for EV2.
All right, copy. Sounds good. For step 9 into step 10, both EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuators to IV.
Good work.
Good work.
One's an IV.
2 IV.
Great work, guys. I hear EV1 and EV2 O2 actuators and IV. All right, next up, I'm going to take the equalization valve back up to start repressing, and we'll continue at the nice slow rate we've been at.
Thank you.
One copy.
And airlock Houston We just want to let you know that if there's any symptoms that the EV crew has, and as Anil and Sophie, as you repress, if there's anything that seems to resolve that could be considered a symptom, like a Cup 1 symptom, upon repress, please report it to Jack and to us, and then we'll change actions going forward. But just wanted you to stay aware.
Copy all.
Okay.
Fully happy with this repress rate. If you guys are, just want to give you the heads up that it will be about 20-25 minutes to get to stack pressure.
Okay. I think I'm happy with this rate. Sorry, Anil.
No problem. I don't have anywhere to go. I got 8 more months here.
I'm sure you would love to go outside again.
Nice.
The repressurization of the Quest airlock is continuing. This should take a few more minutes to complete, at which point the hatch between the crew lock, where the 2 spacewalkers are located just beyond that hatch, and the equipment lock will be open, and Menon and Adenot will be helped inside to their respective locations on either side of the equipment lock walls to be assisted with the removal of their helmets and gloves. The spacewalk ended at 1:52 p.m. Central, 2:52 p.m. Eastern Time, with an elapsed time of 6 hours and 23 minutes for today's spacewalk, which saw a failed space-to-ground antenna removed and stowed on the truss of the International Space Station, setting the stage for the retrieval and installation of a spare space-to-ground antenna on a future spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, monitoring the slow and steady repressurization of the Quest airlock. You see Jessica Meir in the equipment lock section of Quest. She and Jack Hathaway awaiting the full repressurization of the crew lock section of Quest so that they can open the hatch and bring the two spacewalkers back inside.
How you doing, Sophie?
Yeah, good. Sorry, I think this is really the max rate I can handle.
Oh, no, I'm just checking in, that's all.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for checking in.
Passing 11 and a half PSI, almost 12 PSI, still probably 12 to 15 minutes left.
Okay.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at Jack Hathaway at the hatchway of the Quest airlock's equipment lock, separating it from the crew lock section of Quest. As we are almost complete now with the repressurization of the crew lock section of Quest, that will lead to the opening of the hatch and Hathaway and Jessica Meir guiding Anil Menon and Sophie Adenot of the European Space Agency back inside the International Space Station's habitable volume. The 6-hour, 23-minute spacewalk concluded a short time ago. The major objective to remove the failed space-to-ground antenna was completed. That antenna was tied down with a series of tethers to a truss structure near where it resided on the Z1 truss of the station. However, it took longer than expected to undo electrical connectors and bolts holding the failed antenna in place, and the clock ran out on the two spacewalkers, so we did not complete the installation of a spare space-to-ground antenna, which remains on a spare parts platform on the Port 3 truss of the International Space Station. That work will be done on a future spacewalk. This was the second of 3 August spacewalks for Expedition 75. The next one is targeted for next Tuesday, August 25th. That will then in turn lead to the mid-September launch, targeted for September 12th, of the Crew 13 crew on a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. Crew 13 to be commanded by Jessica Watkins. Associated with that flight, pilot Luke Delaney, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Tetryanikov. The Crew 12 crew will conduct a short number of days of handover with Crew 13 once they arrive on station, and Crew 13 led by Jessica Meir that you see there in the sweatshirt, along with her pilot Jack Hathaway, Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev, and Sophie Adenot will return to Earth to complete their mission on board the International Space Station.
right as we get close to stack pressure, the repress rate at this setting is slowing a little bit, so I'm going to move the knob and let me know if it's too much.
Okay.
Joining Hathaway in the equipment lock section of Quest is Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina, well into the second mission of her career. She launched with Anil Menon and Station Commander Pyotr Dubrov to the International Space Station. They launched on July 14th for the start of an 8-month mission on the International Outpost. We're just moments away from the completion of the repressurization of Quest. The repress has been conducted in a deliberately slow fashion, and once pressure is equalized across the hatchway, that hatch will be opened and the 2 spacewalkers will be back inside the equipment lock. And we're hearing from flight controllers that we expect the repress to be complete about a minute or so from now.
All right, we're passing 740 millimeters on our way to 750. You guys will get alert tone when we level off.
Copy.
All right, that looks like equalization, and that's the end of the cue card. We're into 1.240 post-EVA, so we're about to open the hatch.
Hey.
Hathaway now opening the hatch. Jessica Meir and Anna Kikina awaiting the entrance of the two spacewalkers back inside. And the hatch is open.
Airlock.
And your go for step 4, reconfiguring protocols.
Houston copies. We'll take it.
Sophie Adenot, the first French woman to fly in space, back inside the equipment lock with a big wave and a big smile.
Station Houston on 1. Just a heads up that we have configured comm back to nominal, and you are no longer hot mic.
Anil Menon back inside the equipment lock, having completed the second spacewalk of his career. Jack Hathaway and Jessica Meir pulling in to the equipment lock some of the gear that Menon and Adenot used during today's 6-hour, 23-minute spacewalk, which ended almost an hour ago. We're in a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll regain our downlink capability from the station through the functional space-to-ground antenna that resides on the Z1 truss of the International Space Station. The other antenna that failed was removed by Menon and Adenot and stowed, tied down in what is called the long-duration tie-down configuration. It was stowed on the truss. The crew ran out of time, however, before it could get to the installation of a spare that resides on the external stowage platform number 3 on the port 3 truss of the complex. This is Mission Control Houston, back inside the equipment lock of the Quest airlock on the International Space Station. Sophie Adenot on the left, Anil Menon partially obscured by a laptop computer on the right. Their helmets now doffed, their work for the day complete. A 6-hour, 23-minute spacewalk to remove a failed space-to-ground antenna from the boom it resided on the Z1 truss of the complex. The installation of a spare that has resided on a spare parts platform on the station since 2009 is forward work that was originally intended to be completed today. It will be deferred to a future spacewalk as officials will gather to determine the exact complement of work that lies ahead for the next scheduled spacewalk that is targeted for this coming Tuesday. In the meantime, the two spacewalkers, Adenot from the European Space Agency and Menon from NASA, their work complete for the day. They completed a 6-hour, 23-minute spacewalk, the 282nd in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We appreciate your attention throughout the day. Thank you for joining us, and for now, we'll sign off. This is Mission Control Houston.